Joint Secretary, School Education, Government of India. Sir, may I request you to please come on the dais. Shri Anurag Tripathi, Secretary, CBSE, will be joining us shortly. Shri Saket Dalmia, President, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Mr. Shrivats Jaipuria, Chairman of Education Committee, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Sonali Jain, Co-Chair, Education Committee, PhD Chamber of Commerce, and the chief guest for the day, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, the Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, is going to join us virtually. Before we begin this inaugural session, I request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Can we have the lighting of the lamp now? Thank you. May I now request the presentation of a small green plant to our guest. We felicitate our guest with a small green plant. May I request Mr. Dalmia to please give the plant to Mr. Vipin Kumar? Yep. Thank you. Thank you. May I now invite President, PhD Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Saket Dalmia, to give the welcome address. Mr. Dalmia has been associated with PhD Chamber of Commerce for 16 years. He led the Young Business Leader Forum and has also chaired the Retail Committee of PhD Chamber. He envisions to revolutionize the business ecosystem in India and make India a hub for entrepreneurs and startups. Under his leadership, the PhD Chamber is supporting India's G20 presidency and has been designated the program directorate for the newly initiated Startup 20 Engagement Group. I request Mr. Dalmia to please give his welcome address.
Thank you, Shalini ji. Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Education. He's joining us through a video. Mr. Vipin Kumar ji, Joint Secretary, School Education, Government of India. Mr. Shrivats Jaipuria ji, Chairman, Education Committee, PhD. Mr. Sonali Jain, Co-Chair, Education Committee. Mr. Raja Lahiri, Co-Chair, Education Committee. Officials from Ministry of Education, Government of India. Thank you, so many of you who have come from different parts of the country, especially through the government initiative to be a part of this program. Thank you so much. We have several foreign missions also who have joined us today. Senior members of the PhD, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once more for coming first thing in the morning to be here with us. I think the more we talk about the education aspect in India, the less it is, or it's probably insufficient. We all understand that. Looking at where we are in terms of our economic positioning in the world, looking at the geographical dividend or the demographical dividend which we have, where we are talking about the youngest population in the world, our aspiration to become a developed economy, Amrit Kal, 2047 India, third largest economy, to be a civilized society, to come from a land which has been the founder of higher education and learning across the globe, which started from our Vedas to our Upanishads. So we all agree that we as Indians value education the most as a part of being in a civilized community, as a tool. Good morning, sir. Welcome to you. I think Anurag ji's presence is well noted and very important because he's the CBSE boss, very important part of our education system. So coming back to what I was saying, that we understand that education is one of the most important aspects for us as a country, as a community, as a society, as an economy, and as a positioning in the world economy. When we look at Indian education, we have the IIMs, we have the IITs, we have the top people in the world. Now, Mr. Banga, we have Satya, we have so many people who have been homegrown through our education system and not necessarily through a post-education in America or Europe, because of which they have come into recognition for their good work. So what are the opportunities? What are the challenges? Where are we in India? I think COVID has very well shown to us that just like we leapfrogged the telecom revolution, we never had a home phone working for us till we had a mobile. I think we'll all agree that mobile revolutionized India. I think online education is probably going to or is offering the same kind of dividend to India. So what are the key challenges when we look from the bottom? We all agree that a basic education, a primary education, an education which unlocks the cognitive social skills of children from a very young age is probably one of the most important aspects. So thank you for the government, for this government, I think, through the Ministry of Education, the concept of Vidyanjali about voluntary contribution to education is a key enabler in this, because it makes us all a stakeholder right from the start. So I think we have amazing edtech opportunities coming into the country. We as a chamber are trying to energize this, synergize this, enable this, and have new models of educating children through digital tech, so that those people who are not getting probably a full physical education environment, or sometimes not sufficient in their skill set, are always complemented by this tool. I think we are going to talk a lot more about that as we go throughout the day. The second aspect is when we have tools like Chat GPT coming into full force, when we have artificial intelligence in front of us, when we are saying that information is not a premium, रटने की जरूरत नहीं है, बटन दबाओ सारा information सामने आ जाएगा. ऐसे में what do we teach our children? So I think we were just discussing about this before we started this program formally, that we all are parents, and what we are seeing is that extreme reliance on technology is making our children very, very poor in their interpersonal skills. Their ability to communicate in a social setting, their ability to behave in a social setting, their ability for teamwork, they are all suffering. Why? Because from a young age, they're spending more time with their gadgets as opposed to you and me, where we didn't have a phone. You and me in the sense that in my generation, there are a lot of more younger people who were born with the mobile. So where we used to just go down and play, and we used to fight, we used to lose, we used to cry, we used to share, we used to enjoy more and more. And that was our main sense of recreation. And we learned how to be not a sore loser, and we learned what teamwork means. So I think these are very, very important parts of our education right till the top. When we go to colleges, both my girls are studying in undergraduate and postgraduate in America and Europe. So, I often have this discussion at my home that, what should be their education focus? So I think we have somewhere lost that conversation that what they aspire to be professionally, should they focus on that skill today in the college? That becomes just one more aspect. So what should they do? So the conversation always goes towards the fact that what should they be sensitive towards, or what do they feel sensitive towards? They should dive deeper to know more, so that becomes more of a part of them and their aspiration in life. It could be taking care of environment. It could be taking care of the politics of a country. It could be just simply caring about the people who are homeless. If any of these things drive them, why not they should dedicate their lives to that? So I think coming back, I will not ravel more on this. Coming back to what education means to me for the chamber, I think the most important part is first, how we as a nation are able to give basic and higher education to more people, to give them a more value-added education through the use of technology at times. And most importantly, how do we make our existing education system constituting of millions of schools and teachers, how do we continuously evolve our curriculum? When we talk about CBSE, our children studied in CBSE, we always complain, "Arey, ye kya, no offense to you, sir, ye kya syllabus hai? इसमें तो जो important बात है वो है ही नहीं, जो आज के दिन दुनिया में चल रही हैं. तो इसमें हम ये क्यों नहीं है, वो क्यों नहीं है?" So as a CBSE, they are also humans, they are also parents, they are also representing a curriculum or a syllabus, and they are also probably struggling as you and me, that what is the common denominator in the education which is critical to always have, and it is continuously evolving. So I think today is a conversation in all these efforts. I don't think we are going to reach any particular goal. I think our goals will keep on changing, our efforts will keep on changing. Most important thing is, we as a nation, we as a chamber, and you and me, how do we enable more people to become educated and unlock their lives for a better quality of life? So with those few words, I'll hand over to the professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dalmia, for setting the context to this conference so beautifully, and thank you for your welcome address. Before we progress further, may we have a felicitation of Shri Anurag Tripathi ji. He reached here a little late. We would request Mr. Srivats Jaipuria, Chairman of the Education Committee, to hand over the green plant to Mr. Tripathi, please. Thank you. And now I invite Mr. Srivats Jaipuria, Chairman of the Education Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce, to give the theme address. Mr. Jaipuria is the Vice Chairman of SAIT MR Jaipuria Schools and Jaipuria Institute of Management. And under his leadership, this group has made tremendous exponential progress, and it is India's leading business school with campuses all over the country. Over to you, Mr. Jaipuria.
Thank you, Shalini. Thank you, Saket ji, for your detailed address. Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji, who will be joining us virtually, Shri Vipin Kumar ji, Anurag Tripathi ji, Saket Dalmia ji, Ms. Sonali Jain ji, Mr. Raja Lahiri, co-chair, representatives of state governments who are handling Vidyanjali schemes across Government of India, I believe we have officials from the states of Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Rajasthan, and Telangana with us here today. Officials of Ministry of Education, Government of India, attaches of foreign missions in India, senior members of PhD Chamber, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to welcome you to the inaugural session of the National Education Summit of PhD Chamber of Commerce on the theme of Shiksha aur Vikas, Education for Development. The Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, was supposed to be with us physically, but he could not make it at the last moment due to some urgent travel plans to the Northeast. I welcome Mr. Vipin Kumar Ji, Joint Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, Government of India, for taking the time out to be with us in this inaugural session here today. I also warmly welcome Shri Anurag Tripathi Ji, CBSE Secretary, for joining us here today. It's extremely heartening to see the work CBSE is doing to modernize pedagogy and assessment and make it relevant to 21st century skills. I think especially, sir, the work we have seen in the last few years in terms of the pedagogy and assessment changes that CBSE is bringing is really heartwarming to see as an educationer. So I thank you for this. I also thank you for both of you for taking out time in what is a very, very busy time in your schedule during just before this and during this exam period of February and March. Today, we are gathered here to talk about the topic that is of the greatest importance to the development of India, education. Education is one of the most fundamental aspects of a country's growth and development and plays a key role in shaping the future of our nation. This is especially true of India, which is a very young nation. Therefore, it is crucial that we focus on the right strategies to improve education in India and pave the way for a bright future and pave the way for Vikas or development. The National Education Policy 2020, which was introduced by the government, is the step in the right direction, replacing a policy of another era, which was in 1986. It is a comprehensive policy that focuses on improving the quality of education, making it more accessible to all, and promoting lifelong learning. The policy aims to transform India into a global knowledge superpower by fostering creativity, innovation, and critical thinking in our youth. I'm so happy that we have attaches from foreign missions here today, because I really believe that through the National Education Policy 2020, India can provide a model, at least to the developing world, in a way we can provide accessible, affordable, high quality education across primary, secondary, and higher education spheres across the developing world. One of the major challenges that India has been facing in the education sector is the lack of quality. We have, at least at a primary level, reached 100% coverage in terms of quantity, but quality is something that we still seek to improve. The NEP addresses these issues by introducing reforms in curriculum, teaching methods, and assessment systems. The policy emphasizes conceptual understanding, application-based learning, and multidisciplinary education. It also introduces the concept of vocational education, which will help students acquire practical skills that are essential for the job market. Another challenge that India has been facing is the digital divide. Many students in rural areas do not have access to quality education due to the lack of technology infrastructure. However, with the advancement of technology, we now have the opportunity to bridge this gap. The NEP recognizes that and aims to promote digital literacy among students. It encourages the use of technology in education, such as online classes, digital libraries, and e-learning platforms. This technology will help students access quality education from anywhere, at any time, at affordable costs. Moreover, technology has the potential to revolutionize the way education is delivered in India and across the world. With the help of AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, we can personalize education and make it more effective. Through the introduction of ChatGPT this year, we are already seeing how it is changing our everyday lives. And I think it will have a profound impact on education, and this technology will help make education more personalized and better for people across all sections of our society. We have some of the best minds of this field in India who are going to be talking at this conference here today, both from the founder of Akash Chaudhary, as well as one of the founders of Physics Wala. In addition to this, technology can also help bridge the language divide. India is a diverse country with many languages and dialects. Language has been a barrier to quality education for many students. However, with the help of technology, we can develop solutions that can translate content into different languages and make it accessible to all. I know the couple of times I've met Dr. Jagdish Kumar, UGC chairman, who was supposed to be here today. He has always talked so passionately about how it is important to make higher education accessible in Indian languages so that people who are not that fluent in English do not lose out the opportunity for a quality education. Additionally, public-private partnerships and philanthropy can also play a significant role in improving education in India. While the government has an important role to play, India is unique that almost 50% of our students go to private schools, which is the highest amongst any large country across the world. Private organizations can also contribute significantly by providing funding for infrastructure development, teacher training, and technology adoption. Private organizations also fund research and development in educational technology and pedagogy. Several private organizations have already taken up the cause of education in India, and we are going to be hearing from some of them today. In conclusion, education is key to the development of India, and we need to focus on the right strategies to improve on our education delivery. The National Education Policy 2020 is definitely a step in the right direction. I think the technology that is needed to improve access and quality are within our grasp today. I hope that PhD Chamber and this conference act as a catalyst to bring forward some of the great ideas that are there in government and in the private sector and sort of help to crystallize them as well as scale them. I look forward to the deliberations today and thank all our guests on the dais, our speakers through the day, as well as all participants for being with us for these important deliberations today. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Jaipuria, for the theme address. And now, may I request Shri Vipin Kumar, Joint Secretaries, Department of School Education and Literacy, Government of India, to please give his special address.
Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Education, who is joining us virtually. Shri Anurag Tripathi ji, Secretary CBSE. Shri Saket Dalmia ji, President PhD Chamber of Commerce. Shivats Jaipuria ji, Chairman Education Committee PhD Chamber Commerce. Sonali ji, Co-Chair Education Committee, PhD Chamber Commerce. Raja Lahiri ji, Co-Chair Education Committee, PhD Chamber Commerce. The guests on the dais. First of all, I like to thank PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for this invitation to interact with the leaders of various segments of Indian industry. It's indeed a welcome opportunity to meet such titans of industry and share ideas about the way forward for building a new India. The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been working as a catalyst for the promotion of Indian industry, trade and entrepreneurship. It must be noted that industry has an absolutely vital role to play in the growth of any country, both in the terms of economy as well as progress and welfare of citizens. It becomes more important in the background of announcement of National Education Policy 2020, which gives emphasis over the correlation of employability and education and providing the 21st century skills to the students. If I say that during our times, means before starting my talk on school education, parents used to say that don't play every time, but try to study also, just get time to study. But today, all the parents are worried whether their children are going for physical activity also or not. And when I talk this thing, when I tell my kids, so sometimes I am saying this because my sons are not here, Otherwise, they simply react that पापा आप शायद बूढ़े हो गया या नई जनरेशन हम हैं. So, but this is something which is worrying all the people, and I think the people sitting out here will agree. तो क्या ये सही बात है? क्या हमें चिंता करनी चाहिए? Means why it's happening so? Going into detail, NEP addresses all this issue as such, but I like to share the figures of our school education system. We are having 260 million children in our school education system, which is around 26 crore students, more than the population of so many countries. There are 95 lakh teachers in 15 lakh schools. And we have the largest and most diverse learning system in the world. Additionally, we are having 25 crore population in the age group of 15 to 25 years. So it is 50 crore people. Having such a huge human resource can be a positive point also, can be a negative point also. If we are skilled, it's the strength. But if we are not skilled, then it's the challenge. And two, as Srivastri said, that all the students now, they have come to the school in last 20 years, and the dropout, especially at the elementary level, has come down to around 0. However, it is a challenge at secondary and senior secondary level. But to improve the quality is the next step. And to address this issue, National Education Policy has been announced in 2020. And it will ensure, if I see that National Education Policy, I can divide in few major areas. One is the learning teaching methods. Other is the assessment. The way of assessment should change. The teacher training, use of technology, and skills upgradation, vocational education, whatever you say. So NEP comes with most quality interventions. This is the ambitious policy. It seeks to bring transformation in Indian education system. And this education which is rooted in Indian ethos, so that we move toward becoming a global power. It aims at holistic development of students and brings significant changes to the school curriculum and pedagogy to make both school and higher education more holistic, experiential, integrated, learner-centered, discussion-based, discovery-oriented, inquiry-driven, flexible, and of course, enjoyable. The major change in this policy is the change of curricular and pedagogical structure. We were having a structure of 10+2 in our schools, but policy says now it will be 5+3+3+4. 5 means that initial 3 years pre-primary. And this is first time that education or the Department of Education has recognized the importance of nutrition also. Earlier it was part of Ministry of WCD, Women and Child Development, but it says that 85% development of brain, cognitive neural connections, they develop initial 1000 days. It means around by 3 or 4 years. And this time the child should be given the maximum exposure. But we need huge investment for this. The collaboration with Anganwadis, the schools, and the training of preschool, pre-primary teachers, that is actually something which is very challenging. We are working on that. Other challenge is to provide basic literacy and numeracy to the children. Because as per NEP, there are around 5 crore children who are not having basic literacy and numeracy. When I say basic literacy and numeracy, it means they can't read the letters, they don't understand the letters, they can't do the basic mathematics at the level of class 3. And this number is 5 crores, 5 crore children in the country. And if they can't do it, there's likelihood that they will drop out of school education system. To address this issue, we have started one mission. We are going in a mission mode, that is FLN, Foundation Literacy and Numeracy. Nipun Bharat mission has been launched, and the objective is that by 2026, all the children aged 3 to 8 should achieve basic foundation literacy. This also is very ambitious project, and I think all these schools, the country, and all state governments, they will have to join hands to achieve this objective. Otherwise, we cannot address the issue of dropouts, and transition rates are higher at secondary and senior secondary level. Along with learning teaching methods, these are things which we are going to make changes in the field of learning and teaching, but at the same time, we need to change the methods of assessment also, because now we are having global world. The citizens are having means like global citizens. The competition is not from the school, from the state, but it's global citizen. And I don't know, means after 25 years or 20 years, 15 years down the line, the concept of physical schools may exist or not. It may be online education for everybody. So we will have to see that assessment method also is changed. We will have to move towards the competency based assessments. We will have to see that students get the skills, the goals, the objective of education is to make them empowered citizen. And for this purpose, NEP has recommended setting of Parakh. Parakh is performance assessment, review and analysis of knowledge for holistic development. Because we know there are 62 school examinations boards in the country. 62. All boards are having different methods of assessment. So there is no platform where we can bring all the boards and have or think at least about the equivalence. It is creating major hurdle. So Parakh is coming up. Already it has come actually established. It has been established in NCERT, and it will act as a top body at the national level for setting up norms, standards, guidelines for student assessment and evaluation for school education boards. All 62 boards or other boards also if coming up. After all these reforms, the main issue will be the employability of the education. Whether the education we are providing to the kids is useful for their future, they are getting jobs as per their desire, or they can do any business, or they can contribute to the nation, whatever they want to do in future. So the policy seeks to bring for this, actually, the role of PhD Chamber of Commerce becomes more important. Policy says that vocational education, given the emphasis after secondary education and exposure to the students from 6 to 8 standard also. From 6 to 8 standard, students should be made aware about the skills, vocational education, and then after 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, they should be expert in one particular field. What's happening presently is that we simply are giving inputs to these students. That vocational course is very traditional type. We are not seeing the demand from the industry, whether actually industry wants that type of skill or not. But for that, we need to have a platform where industry can sit with the school leaders, can think what type of skill is required, how many number of jobs are required in future, and how we can provide that training to the students. The change of mindset of society also is required, because in present terms, the parents, the teachers, they think that vocational education is not at par with the formal education. They think vocational education is inferior education, or simply to have better percentage of marks in schooling. So this is something which we need to incorporate. ICT also. The use of technology also is required. Some internship concept will also need to come, whether we can give internship to the school going students and then absorb them in the industry. So these all issues are here, which we can discuss in future, sit together, and only then the education will be more meaningful, and the true spirit of NEP will be implemented. Right, today we are having around 1.3 lakhs schools. If I just give the figure, And out of 1.3 lakhs schools, lakhs means secondary and senior secondary schools, only 17,000 schools are having vocational education. And that also, I mean, the quality of vocational education, I think is maybe considered, means whether we can improve upon that. However, I like to mention one more point, that to improve the transition rate, NEP says National Credit Framework, which has been launched. And the objective is that multiple exit, multiple entry of the student in school education also, in higher education also. If a student is in college, wants to exit the college education, wants to go for some training for education, some skilling, some vocational, want to go for training, then there will be a credit bank. That credit will be there. After 1 year, the student can come. After 2 years, the student can come. After getting that particular knowledge, can join again the education and get the formal education completed. So this, I think, will be, it will enable the students with opportunities to catch up and re-enter the education ecosystem in case they have fallen behind or dropped out of any stage. For skilling, means again, I like to come that we are having 750 virtual labs which are coming up in science and mathematics, and 75 skilling labs also we are setting up with the NCERT. So these are some initiatives under NEP, the Department School Education and Department Higher Education is doing, but at the same time, the support from industry is must. And industry should not think that means it's only after the engineering degree, after IITs or IIMs, only when they require. Now it has to start from the school level also. In this journey of New India, with this ambitious policy, India can be a knowledge leader of the world, but that may not be possible to achieve without your participation. It's important to recognize homegrown talent and strive to retain through upskilling of remaining abreast of latest technological advancements. The world stands on the verge of Industrial Revolution 4.0 with focus on India. The Industrial Revolution consists of new technology and innovative thinking. India has the potential to lead this, and the government has worked on various reforms to make the country a manufacturing hub of the world. Big software companies in the world, whether it is Facebook, Amazon, or means Google, but the main customers, the users, they are in our country. If you see the total number of, so we have the potential. So we will have to think that whether we want to continue just as users or we want to be the owner. So I hope in the process of NEP implementation, the PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry will play a vital role for India becoming a preferred global hub for a skilled workforce by contributing towards empowering students and the youth with skill power. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vipin Kumarji, for sharing with us the salient features of the national education policy, how the policy is changing curriculum, how it is changing the way assessments are happening. So you mentioned Parak, and we will have the head of Parak with us today in one of the sessions. Professor Indrani Bhaduri, she is going to join the session on the implementation of NEP. I now invite Shri Anurag Tripathi ji, Secretary CBSE, for his special address.
नमस्कार। मंत्रालय में मेरे वरिष्ठ साथी विपिन कुमार जी, श्रीवत्स जयपुरिया जी, साकेत, सोनाली जी, शालिनी जी, और आज इस पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री के इस नेशनल समिट में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हमारे कलीग साथी। आजादी के 75 वर्ष बाद देश एक नए मुकाम पर खड़ा है। और पूरी दुनिया हमको बढ़ते हुए देख रही है। कुछ ही समय पहले हम दुनिया की 11वीं अर्थव्यवस्था से 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था तक पहुंच चुके हैं। एंड लगभग 1 वर्ष बाद हम जर्मनी को पीछे छोड़ते हुए दुनिया की 4थी अर्थव्यवस्था को क्रॉस करने जा रहे हैं। पिछले वर्ष 2022 में हमने $400 बिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट किया है, जो उसके पहले के वर्ष से 37% ज्यादा है। पिछले 2 वर्षों में हमने 220 करोड़ कोविड वैक्सीन अपने नागरिकों को लगाई है। पूरा देश इस बात का गवाह है कि इस समय हम इस दुनिया के सबसे ताकतवर संगठन G20 की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं। अर्थव्यवस्था, संस्कृति, पर्यावरण, शिक्षा, भूखमरी, खाद्य संकट, इन सब पर पूरी दुनिया को हम एक चार्टर प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं। पूरी दुनिया इसकी भी गवाह है कि भारत इस वर्ष संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है। ये पूरे विश्व में सुरक्षा को लेकर, आतंकवाद को लेकर, पड़ोसी देशों की चिंता को लेकर एक तस्वीर प्रस्तुत करेगा। सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी, गरीबी, भूखमरी, अशिक्षा, आतंकवाद, इन सब को कहीं पीछे छोड़ते हुए हम एक नए मुकाम पर जा रहे हैं। और आज यहां जितने लोग उपस्थित हैं, आप इसके गवाह हैं, आप भागीदार हैं, और आपका इसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। इंडस्ट्री के लोग, एजुकेशन के लोग जब एक साथ बैठते हैं, चर्चा करते हैं, तो जो देश की समस्याएं हैं वो कहीं कम होती हैं और एक बेहतर भविष्य की तरफ हम बढ़ते हैं। हम सब ने जन्म लिया है और हम सबका एक उद्देश्य है कि आने वाली पीढ़ी को, दुनिया को आज से बेहतर कल दे करके हम जाएं। नई शिक्षा नीति 2020 बहुत स्पष्ट तरीके से कहती है कि अगर आप शिक्षा में ₹1 का निवेश करते हैं तो 10 गुना ज्यादा, 10 टाइम्स ₹10 वापस मिलता है, जो इस समय विश्व के किसी भी देश की राष्ट्रीय प्रगति से ज्यादा है। शिक्षा ही एक ऐसा माध्यम है जिससे आप अपनी सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक और आर्थिक इन तीनों संकटों से मुक्ति पा सकते हैं। संकट इस बात का है कि इन सारी उपलब्धियों के बावजूद लगभग 30 करोड़ लोग इस देश में बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन है, और जब तक हम उन्हें अपने बराबर का हक नहीं देंगे, जब तक हम उन्हें रहने और जीने का हक नहीं देंगे, हम वहां तक कभी नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे जहां हमें जाना है। संकट ये भी है कि इस समय हमारे पास जो सबसे बड़ा यूथ है दुनिया का, आपको यह भी बताना आवश्यक है कि 2024 में हम दुनिया के सबसे बड़े यूथ वाले कंट्री होने का दर्जा प्राप्त करने जा रहे हैं, और 2047 तक, 2047 तक ये यूथ हमारे देश को कहां से कहां ले जाएंगे, इसका मंथन चल रहा है। हर देश का एक पैराडाइम होता है जो आज नहीं तो कल डाउनफॉल पे जाता है, और हमारा स्टार्ट हुआ है। ये हम पर और आप पर, देश के नागरिकों पर, रणनीतिकारों पर डिपेंड करता है कि आने वाले 25 वर्षों में हम अपने इस यूथ को कितना सक्षम बनाते हैं तो देश की सोशियो इकोनॉमिकल व्यवस्था को परिवर्तित करेगा। और इसका मूल मंत्र आपकी नई शिक्षा नीति में देने का प्रयास किया गया है कि अगर हम अपने इस यूथ को, देश की शिक्षा व्यवस्था को, नागरिकों को, आप सबको स्किल्ड करेंगे, कॉम्पिटेंट बनाएंगे, तो 1 रुपए का निवेश 10 गुना ज्यादा होके लौटेगा। वर्तमान शिक्षा व्यवस्था, विशेषकर भारतीय शिक्षा व्यवस्था, ज्ञानपरक है और ये वर्षों वर्ष से रही और उसकी अपनी आवश्यकता भी थी। लेकिन अब पूरी दुनिया उस नॉलेज से क्रिएटिविटी तक शिफ्ट कर चुकी है। जिस देश के बच्चों में उस नॉलेज की अंडरस्टैंडिंग होगी, जिस देश के बच्चे उस पे एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे होंगे, जिस देश के बच्चे उस ज्ञान की एनालिसिस कर रहे होंगे और एक नई नॉलेज क्रिएट कर रहे होंगे, वो देश कई गुना ज्यादा प्रगति करेगा। तो मूल चिंता नई शिक्षा नीति की यही है कि हम इस चीज को बच्चों तक कैसे लेकर के जाएं। पिछले 2 वर्षों में शिक्षा नीति पर बहुत चर्चा हुई और एक एक अध्यापक तक हम पहुंच चुके हैं, एक एक पेरेंट तक हम अवेयर कर चुके हैं कि ज्ञान से ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण आपके बच्चे के स्किल है। कितनी भी नॉलेज हो, लेकिन अगर वो कम्युनिकेटिव नहीं है, कोलैबोरेटिव नहीं है, क्रिटिकली थिंक नहीं करता, समस्या का समाधान नहीं करता, नई नई चीजें क्रिएट नहीं करता, जब डिप्रेशन हो, जब स्ट्रेस हो, जब एडवर्स सिचुएशन हो, उससे बाहर नहीं निकलता, तो कैसा भी ज्ञान ना उसके और ना देश के काम आएगा। तो नई शिक्षा नीति जहां एक तरफ इस नॉलेज को स्किल्स पर, कॉम्पिटेंसी पर शिफ्ट करने की बात कर रही है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ आपके देश के नागरिकों को सेंसिटिव बनाने, सर्विस ओरिएंटेड करने, देश के काम आने और देश और दुनिया की जो समस्याएं हैं उसके प्रति चिंतित होने के लिए भी प्रयास कर रहे हैं। इस नेशनल समिट कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप सब लोग बहुत सारी चर्चाएं करेंगे, सुनेंगे, समझेंगे, कुछ नई चीजें लेके जाएंगे। ऑलरेडी आप एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, टॉप लोग हैं, अनुभवी हैं, इंडस्ट्री चला रहे हैं, स्कूल चला रहे हैं, एजुकेशन सिस्टम में हैं। कई बार आपको भी लगता होगा कि ये बातें मंच से करना आसान है, लेकिन जमीन पर उतारना बहुत मुश्किल है। तो इसीलिए नेशनल समिट आयोजित की जाती हैं, इसीलिए आपकी जरूरत पड़ती है और आपको ट्रेंड किया जाता है, इसीलिए आपको मोटिवेट किया जाता है कि एक कदम आगे बढ़ाएं। क्योंकि अगर आज नहीं करेंगे तो फिर दोबारा ये अवसर नहीं मिलेगा। और हमारा देश हमेशा ऐसा नहीं था। आप सब इंडस्ट्री के लोग, और आपको मालूम है कि सिर्फ 2 या 3 पीढ़ियां लगती हैं किसी साम्राज्य को टॉप तक ले जाने में या किसी साम्राज्य को ध्वस्त करने में। 2 या 3 पीढ़ियां, 40-50 वर्षों का समय पर्याप्त होता है किसी देश को टॉप तक ले जाने में या देश का विनाश करने में। और ऐसे कितने देश हमारे आसपास हैं जो नष्ट हो चुके हैं अपने इंटरनल और एक्सटर्नल प्रॉब्लम्स। हमने तो सैकड़ों वर्षों तक गुलामी और उससे कहीं ज्यादा कष्ट झेला है। आपकी इकोनॉमी को ड्रेन किया गया है और जब छोड़ दिया गया तो हम दुनिया की सबसे ज्यादा ऐसी आबादी वाले देश बने जिसके पास कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था, 1947 में जब आप स्वतंत्र हुए हैं तो सुई बनाने की फैक्ट्री भी नहीं थी, और जो स्वेटर सिलने वाली सिलाई होती है, महिलाएं जानती हैं, वो भी विदेश से इंपोर्ट होता था। लेकिन आज हम एक नई दिशा में बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं आपसे एक्सपेक्ट करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं, क्योंकि आप टॉप लोग हैं, नॉलेज भी आपके पास है और अनुभव आपके पास है, विजन भी आपके पास है और करने का मादा भी आपके पास है। लेकिन जब आप कोलैबोरेटिव होंगे, एक टीम में रहेंगे, देश के साथ आगे बढ़ने का सपना देखेंगे, अपने फायदे के साथ साथ अपने आसपास को भी ऊपर उठाने की बात सोचेंगे, तब शायद ये देश आज नहीं तो 10 वर्ष बाद दुनिया की शायद पहली अर्थव्यवस्था बनेगा। लेकिन अगर हम और आप सिर्फ अपने इंस्टीट्यूट्स के लिए, अपने स्कूल के लिए, अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए, अपनी कंपनीज के लिए, अपने प्रॉफिट के लिए सोचते रहेंगे, तो शायद ये कोलैबोरेटिव डेवलपमेंट कभी नहीं होगा। अपनी इन्हीं बातों के साथ आप सबको मेरी शुभकामना। कुछ नया विजन निकलेगा, कुछ नई चीजें आप डिस्कस करके, पास करके देश तक लेकर के आएंगे। इस मंथन के बाद देश के विकास में, इकोनॉमी के विकास में, इंडस्ट्री के विकास में, एजुकेशन के विकास में कुछ नया करेंगे आप, जिसकी उम्मीद पूरा देश कर रहा है। अपनी इन्हीं शुभकामनाओं के साथ एक बार पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री के सारे रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए, समय देने के लिए, सुनने के लिए आप बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत बधाई। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू अनुराग जी, बहुत प्रभावशाली वक्ता हैं आप, और आपने हम सबको आज बहुत बहुत इंस्पायर किया है। थैंक यू फॉर दोस पावरफुल वर्ड्स एंड योर मैसेज ऑफ कोलैबोरेशन। वी विल ट्राई टू वर्क ऑन दैट सर। होपफुली पीएचडी चेंबर सीबीएसई के साथ कुछ कोलैबोरेशन में कर पाएगा इन फ्यूचर। वी नाउ हैव अ वीडियो एड्रेस by our chief guest of the day, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs. May we have his address, please?
Professor M. Jagdish Kumar Ji, Chairman, University Grants Commission, and Mr. Saket Dalmia Ji, President, PhD, CCI, and Shrimati Srivastav Jaipuria, Chairman, Education Committee, PhD, CCI, and Dr. T.G. Sitaraman, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, and other distinguished friends and participants. A very good morning to all. I would like to congratulate the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing a National Education Summit 2023, Shiksha Aur Vikas, Education for Development. I'm happy to be present in the midst of all eminent educationists of the country here today. As we all know, education is one of the most powerful tools for development. It is the foundation of economic, social, cultural, and human progress. Education can help to build a strong, vibrant society. It can equip people to develop their potential and bring about positive change. Education is the key to unlocking the potential of individuals and communities. It provides the skill and knowledge needed to succeed in life. It enables us to access better job, higher wages, and a better quality of life. We must recognize the importance of education and invest in it. This means investing in quality teachers, modern infrastructure, and up-to-date technology and resources. We must also ensure that all children have equal access to education regardless of their gender, race, ethnicity, or socio-economic background. I'm happy to note that the PICD CCI Education Committee has been functioning efficiently at the grassroots level with strong national and international ties to propel the Indian economy's progress, harmony, and integrated development. I am pleased to see that PICD CCI National Education Summit 2023 has brought together leaders of the education sector to discuss and brainstorming ideas for a better education system in our country. I see that this year, the focus of the summit is on education for development. Only substantive investment in our human resources can assure quality education, which will lead to a more equitable and sustainable society. And in this context, our Union Budget 2023-24 has given a huge opportunity in all fields of the development for education and trying to converge between education and industry, skilling, reskilling, and further skilling. I'm happy to note that PICD, CCI, and the Ministry of Education are working together on Vidyanjali. The scheme of Vidyanjali is an initiative by the Ministry of Education to encourage voluntary contributions for improving the quality of government schools. The ministry acknowledges and appreciates the fact that industry on its part has been doing wonderful work in this area. Thus, the agreement between PICD, CCI, and our ministry to implement Vidyanjali will have to consolidate the effort of industry in philanthropy in education and provide a window for showcasing them to the ministry portal. Through this platform of the National Education Summit, I urge all the philanthropic organizations to connect with the PhD Chamber of Commerce and share detail of their work with the government school so that this could be uploaded on the Vidyanjali portal of the Ministry of Education. Education is the most powerful weapon which one can use to change the world. It is the key to open the door of success and create a better future for India. We are hopeful that with this partnership between PICD, CCI, and the Ministry of Education, a new wave of corporate contribution in education will be created, which will take collaboration between industry and academia to a new height. Such partnership, such collaboration are the need of the hour. They will help us attain the vision which has been set out in the National Education Policy 2020 for the development of education in India. As you may be aware, the policy focuses on issues such as access, equality, equity, accountability, and the governance, and outline the goal, strategy, and implementation plan to achieve such vision of education for development. The NEP 2020 is a major step forward for the transformation of India's education system. It provides a framework for the equitable and quality education for all children, regardless of their socio-economic background. It is also focused on the development of skill and knowledge which are relevant to the changing needs of the labor market. Education has ability to transform the life of people in India and empower them to attain their dreams. It is the foundation on which a better India can be built. Education is the key which helps the youths of India to achieve their goal, which also leads to development of the country. Education encourages the growth of knowledge and skill among the people of India. It helps them in gaining knowledge and experience which they need to develop their skill and become successful in life. Education also helps in creating a strong foundation of values and principles in the society. It encourages people to think critically and develop skill like problem solving, decision making, and communication. It is time for India to make education its highest priority. We must invest in our education system and provide quality education to the youths of India. We must ensure that every child in India has access to quality education or has access to quality education so that they can develop their talent and become the best version of themselves, leading to both their empowerment and of their country. It is a pleasure to be here today and to have the opportunity to speak to you on the importance of education for development. I hope that this education summit will be a great success with the participation of eminent persons from the education sector, and also hope that it will reach its objective in the best interest of our society. Thank you and Jai Hind.
We thank the Honorable Minister for taking out time to send his video message. I would now request the co-chair of the Education Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Sonali Jain, to extend a vote of thanks to this session.
A very warm good afternoon to each and everyone present here. That was a truly enlightening and an enriching inaugural session. Thank you all the speakers for taking out the time to be here at the PhD Chambers of Commerce. Unfortunately, we could not have our Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, with us here physically. But it is courtesy the technology advancement in the country in terms of education and technologies that he was here with us virtually through a video recording. And of course, he had made the most important point that the highest priority in the country today needs to be education. And that is the only way that we can make our better and the bestest version of our own country. So thank you, sir, for your invaluable inputs. I would also like to thank Mr. Anurag Tripathi, the Secretary CBSE. Sir, you made a very important point because PhD has a lot of entrepreneurs sitting here. And when you say that education is the only investment whereby investing ₹1, you get a profit or a valuation which is 10 times ₹10, this will definitely empower and a lot of entrepreneurs and students here to invest their time, effort, and money in education. Thank you for saying so. And as you rightly put in, that the deliberation and a discussion between entrepreneurs, academia, the faculties, the educationists, and the politicians is the only way that we can find out solutions to the innumerable problems a very diverse country India has. Communicative, collaborative, and creative knowledge through the new education policy of 2020 is the only way forward. Thank you to the Government of India as well as the Education Board for bringing us this very informative and very enlightening policy of 2020. Mr. Vipin Kumar, many thanks for taking time out today. I know that there were a lot of demands on his time and he had to be part of Parliament by 11:15, but he rescheduled and took out time to be with us. Thank you very much for that. The various figures that he pointed out to us overwhelmed us with the diversity of our country, the huge population of our country, and hence the diverse needs of each and every one of us where education is concerned. I thank you, the Government of India and all its members for taking out time and planning it for us. Hopefully through this platform we have created today, we will see more recognition from the government side of the private initiatives in education. A significant initiative of the education is Vidyanjali, which is one of the focus areas of discussion today in our conference. And we have government officials from 11 state governments present here today who are looking at forming collaborative partnership with the private sector. Mr. Saket Dalmia, the President PhD, brought to us a very important facet, which is in equilibrium between emotional quotient and IQ, which is intelligent quotient. In the race for going ahead in the technology, we are kind of forgetting that our children might lack the interpersonal skills that we are blessed with. So yes, as parents, as educationists, as politicians, members of the society, it is our duty to figure out that this skill somehow is kept inbuilt and the children are blessed with the interpersonal and the cognitive skills. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Srivats for steering the education agenda of the chamber so well. Srivats is the chair of the education committee here at the PhD CCI. And I would like to thank Raja Lahiri, who is the co-chair of the education committee, who would be seeing in conversation with Mr. Vineet Nair, former CEO of HCL Technologies, in a short while from now. Thank you very much for the audience for their very, very patient hearing. I'm sure that you will enjoy the full day's program because we have a packed agenda for you, where you will see the two big edtech giants, founders of Akash Institute's BYJU'S and founders of 101st Unicorn of India, Mr. Pratik Maheshwari, in conversation with members from PhDCCI, as well as we will see sessions on philanthropy with Vidyanjali and implementation and introduction of NEP 2020. So have a good time with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonali ji. We are already at 11:30. We are not going to take any break because the guest for our next session, Mr. Vineet Nair, is already here with us. Before we request Mr. Vineet Nair and Mr. Raja Lahiri to come on the dais, we have a video message from the co-chair of the Education Committee, Dr. Neha Berlia. We would request that message to be played. She could not be here with us as she's overseas for some important work, but she has taken out time to send this message to us, and I would request that message to be played now, please.
At the outset, on behalf of PhDCCI Education Committee and its co-chair, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Raj Kumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of State of Education, Government of India, Professor M. Jagadesh Kumarji, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Shri Vipin Kumarji, Joint Secretary, School Education, Government of India, Shri Saket Dalmiaji, President PhDCCI, Shri Srivats Jaipuriaji, Chairman, Education Committee, PhDCCI, co-chairs Ms. Sonali Jain and Shri Raja Lahiri, other distinguished dignitaries present on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear friends. The theme of our National Education Summit, Shiksha or Vikas, Education for Development, is very apt and relevant and becomes more relevant during this time. The level of education in a country is closely linked to the rate of development of a society. The higher the standard of living in a country, the more the country can spend on education. The more a country spends on education, the more capable the country will be at using its resources effectively and producing higher levels of output. It is true that India will have the highest youth population in the world over the next decade. and our ability to provide high-quality educational opportunities to them will shape the future of our country and pave the way of becoming a $5 trillion economy. Hence, we need an educational process aimed at increasing awareness and understanding of the rapidly changing, interdependent, and unequal world in which we live. It is about supporting people in understanding and acting to transform the social, cultural, political, and economic structures which affect their lives at personal, community, and national and international levels. The National Education Policy, the NEP in 2020, defines education as fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable and just society, and promoting national development. Vidyanjali is an initiative of the Ministry of Education to encourage volunteerism in education. The aim of this initiative is to improve the quality of government schools. We see so many foundations in the private sector just doing that. I myself am a co-promoter of a private group by the name of the APJ Satya Group. We run 24 educational institutions by the name of APJ with 35,000 students and 60,000 plus alumni. Addition to also the APJ Satya University, India's first industry-centric technology and liberal arts-based university. PhD Chamber is working on connecting the two sides to be able to create a window for private institutions and organizations on the Vidyanjali portal of the government. In higher education, the private sector is already playing a very big role. In fact, almost 70 to 80% of higher education happens in private institutions. There needs to be, therefore, enough recognition for the efforts put in by the private sector from the government and co-creation of schemes which utilize the expertise of private educational providers. I recommend this as a key ask on behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce. There have been many takeaways for the recent union budget, but we are still far from the envisaged 6% of GDP spending on education. UGC has come out with many new initiatives which will go a very long way in achieving our goals. We have among us Honorable Chairman UGC, and I am sure, sir, under your able leadership, many new innovative initiatives will come to shape and higher education sphere and will have full participation of the private sector as well. I extend my apologies for not being present here in person due to a very important conference that I have had to attend abroad. But I look forward to keeping in touch with all of you, and I wish this conference a very huge success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patient hearing of that video message. We now come to a very interesting segment of this summit, an in-conversation piece with Mr. Vineet Nair, former CEO of HCL Technologies and founder of Sampark Foundation. Welcome, Mr. Nair. In conversation with him is Mr. Raja Lahari, co-chair of the Education Committee of PhD Chamber. Raja is a partner with Grant Thornton, and he's going to be in a conversation with Mr. Nair. Welcome both the gentlemen on the dais. Thank you. Please give a huge round of applause to our two guests. Thank you. Over to you, Raja.
Is it on? Yeah.
Great. I think first of all, morning, everybody. I think it's truly a pleasure to be with you, and absolutely an honor and privilege, Vineet, to having this conversation with you. And we heard about various aspects of education, but this session is really going to peek into the future. And let me do the honors Of course, everybody knows Vineet Nair, but let me give you a small snapshot what the gentleman besides me has done in his life. Vineet is recognized as one of the world's foremost voices on human potential management and workplace transformation, thanks to his groundbreaking employees first, customers second philosophy, which puts humans at the center of business. Vineet's implementation of employee first, customer second at HCL Technologies, where he was appointed CEO from 2007 to 2013, was a noted phenomenon in the business world. It was absolutely a revelation when somebody said employee first and customer second. We're all talking about the same thing today. His book on the same subject, titled Employee First, Customer Second, has sold 100,000 plus copies worldwide and is a Harvard bestseller. Under Vineet's leadership, the innovative management practices at HCL were taught as case studies at the Harvard and the London Business School. Vineet has been chosen by Fortune magazine for its first ever Global Executive Dream Team and also been featured on the Elite Thinkers 50 list globally. He, along with his wife, was featured as a Global Thinker 2016 by Foreign Policy magazine for unplugging technology so kids can learn. For the last 10 years, Vineet has applied his time and energy on solving India's quality education challenge, the absolute pivot to the education sector, through the application of his teachers first philosophy. Having rolled out 1 lakh schools across India, Sampark Foundation, the organization he co-founded with his wife, Anupama Nair, is transforming learning outcomes for 10 million children at less than $1 per child per annum. The foundation operates with the help of little over 200 team members who partner and work with 9 lakh teachers at the express invitation of the state's chief ministers. The scale and impact of this transformation in the education field is also a case study at the Harvard Business School. A very, very warm welcome, Vineet, from PhD Chambers, from all of us.
Thank you so much.
And it's a pleasure. Well, we're going to chat about education and tech. But first question really to you is maybe a personal question, Vineet, to you is, first is, what is truly education means to you? What is the true essence of education? And the second also is, if you could give us a peek, what inspired you, given your illustrious career? It'll be great for all of us to hear.
So let me answer the second question first, which is easier. My motivation and my inspiration was my mother. And at the height of my recognition worldwide, New York Times doing articles and Fortune magazine writing articles, I made a mistake of going to my mother and saying, look what your son has achieved. Now, she is an English teacher in a school, and she wrote something on a piece of paper. I was flying to New York and she says, read it, son, read it on the flight. So I expected, I'm the middle son and I have 2 more brothers. And unfortunately, my father died pretty early in life, and therefore she is the father and the mother. And I'm very competitive with my brothers. So I thought she would say, I'm so glad that you were born in my house. I'm very proud of you. But she's being a teacher. When I opened that with a single malt on Air India flight, it said only one word, said enough. And when I landed in New York, I called her and says, Mom, what does this mean? And she says, you are a slow learner. You will understand it on your flight back. And I did understand there comes a time in life when you have had enough earnings, you have enough recognition, and you start to search for true meaning in life. And the true meaning of life is about being able to impact humanity in the way the humanity impacted you. We were children when I lost my father. The entire community came together for us to be where we are. And therefore, it was time for us to do something in return. So the question was, what do we do in return? And because my wife is a special education teacher in Spastic Society and my mother a teacher, we said, why don't we attempt to try and transform education, which has not transformed in the last 7 decades, by design thinking and by innovation. So only by bringing in design thinking and innovation and bringing all the management mantras which I have learned in the corporate life would we be able to transform education. That brings me to your first question in terms of what exactly is education. I will answer that question not from an individual perspective, but from an India perspective. What is going for India are many things. One of them is aging population worldwide and still youngish population in India. And therefore, it is an opportunity of a gigantic. However, we must remember that almost 100 years ago, when we decided to export cotton and import cotton shirts. This is exactly the mistake which China made. China was manufacturing Apple iPhones and charging $20, $30 for labor cost. An iPhone was being sold for $600. Now, if India has to transform, leveraging its young population, it cannot make the cotton mistake or the China mistake. It has to be a producer of intellectual property, producer of products, and producer of goods. It cannot be a service economy alone. It cannot be a manufacturing service, labor pool, and neither can it be an IT labor pool. If we do not solve it, then exactly what is happening to China as the world is turning its back and moving to India is potentially can happen to us tomorrow if we do something which the world doesn't necessarily agree with. So therefore, education is a means to an end for India. Education is a means of empowering people, educating them, and helping them think to create and not to follow. So far, our education system has created people who follow. And the entire IT industry is based on following instructions, predefined instructions for somebody else, and we have millions and millions of people. That has created $50 billion of wealth. Great. But unfortunately, we don't have products. We don't have intellectual property. So if we have to be a great country, which I firmly believe we will be, our education system needs to transform followers of instructions and followers of teachers to disruptive thinkers, design thinkers, people who leverage technology to create products and services which do not exist and solve problems which others are not able to solve. That is the true meaning of education at the top of the pyramid. At the bottom of the pyramid, we have a bigger problem because I travel into tribal areas, into Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh every time. And what I see there is a disaster. Not only we have uneducated children who fall off, 36–37% of them go out of school because they don't understand what is happening in the class. To them in the class, this is what is happening. Now, once you are hearing this in a math class, you have no choice but to stay home. So first we need to arrest this 37–38% of the children who are dropping off by changing the way the education happens in the primary class. And this FLN initiative and the Nupur Bharat initiative is a great intention statement, but it needs design thinking, it needs leveraging of technology, it needs frugal innovation to be able to solve the problem. So at the bottom of the problem, we still have to solve the FLN issues. And at the top of the problems, we need to create thinkers and creators who will take this country forward. To me, that is what education is.
Great. I think just a great statement about thinkers, and just help us to understand, as you rightly said, we are still followers, great followers. There is the NEP, which is transfer. Execution is quite different. Now, coming to a little different thing about tech. Now, today, of course, you've been in the tech world, you've been in the education world now. We've seen the disruption, we've seen the benefits of tech. Tech is in education. Srivat's talked about ChatGPT. I think there is AI everywhere amongst us. But just help us to just give us a little roadmap. Where do you see tech today for the industry and education? and where do you see tomorrow? And maybe paint us a little bit realities of the pros and cons. Because one of the things, Vineet, that we were chatting before this conference that I think we briefly touched upon is students today. They're very, very quick on tech, exceptionally quick. I have my two daughters who are learning. One is sitting for the board exams, as if I'm just sitting for the exam, that kind of a feeling. But the point is, it is so much to the extent I see them really tired. The digital exhaustion is real. I see them every day. So just help us to paint this picture of tech in this sector.
So let me tell you a story of a few ants who were walking around, right? And they were very busy. And they were really obsessed that the first ant said, I want to be the richest ant in the world. The second said, I want to be the fastest. The third said, I want to be the biggest philanthropist. And the fourth said, I want to be a media king or whatever it is. And the God came and saw that these ants were having a conversation, and suddenly he blessed them with the power to fly and said, dear ants, you can be butterflies. So the ants looked at God and says, no, we want to continue focusing on our single-minded objective to be the richest, the fastest. We don't want to fly. I think that is exactly what is happening with technology, both from an industry perspective and from an education perspective. Let me explain. Indian IT industry and Indian manufacturing industry has very large labor pool of people who are doing repeatable tasks very well, again and again, with high degree of quality. That is exactly what my parents were using calculators for. And in came Excel sheet, and that skill became obsolete. And people who were smart used the Excel sheet with pivots, with linked sheets, with Google shared sheets, and created a completely different genre. And if you are still using calculators, you'll be surprised how people look at you. Today's generation, we are identical where what we are doing today has already become obsolete, whether it is writing a thesis, writing a paper in education, or the IT industry or manufacturing industry. All those jobs will go to machine learning, under which ChatGPT comes in, and there will be similar products like ChatGPT. Now, ChatGPT and machine learning are people who you would be able to teach knowledge to them, and they will be able to vomit, which is what our education system is all about. You give them a textbook, the teacher comes and teaches, and then we go and vomit in an exam and we ace it and we get 100%, and then we get into Delhi University, right? Now, that whole thing is obsolete because now I don't know about your kids, but all my nephews and nieces are actually using ChatGPT nobody is creating their own content and everybody is using ChatGPT, and there is no method for the teacher to check whether ChatGPT was used or you have done it yourself. So I think the following three things need to change. Number one, from an education point of view, the teacher's assignments need to change from saying giving me pros and cons. We need to move to more a debate system where the knowledge is not important, the application of knowledge is important. We need to ask innovative questions. How would you marry history and physics and solve a problem of Swachh Bharat, right? For example, or how would you create a new product leveraging your knowledge of civics? Where have we learned revolutions, and what part of revolutions have succeeded, and what technology did they use to create revolution? So things like that, which are related fields where the application of knowledge is far more critical. So that's the first part of it. If they don't do that, then technology is going to eat them up and they will be left holding the calculator. I think the industry has a bigger challenge. In education, the advantage is I'm the only individual one. And when I get into the education system, there is no legacy for me. There is a legacy for the teachers, but as a student, there is no legacy for me. So I can think afresh. And parents are smart and parents are thinking afresh. Industry has a legacy. We have billions and billions of dollars resting on what I call the ant work. And we don't want to move it. We don't want to upset it. And this is exactly what led to the downfall of IBM, the downfall of Dell, the downfall of HP. All these companies refuse to move away from manufacturing hardware to a new booming industry called the services economy. If we don't do that, and if we don't have the right resources coming from the education system, we have a problem. So I would say from a technology point of view, it is the greatest opportunity for us to leverage the young people in India to really, really master the world. And we can really rule the world in a way which has not been felt so far. If our education system reorients itself, if our industry takes risk and starts investing in the future and understand the current will not happen, current will not continue. What is the risk of all this? I think if you see historically when internet came in and people said, oh, you mean to say all what is happening in my office will be visible to everybody outside, we were scared. But nothing happened. Same is true with Excel sheets. Nothing happened. Same is true with televisions. Nothing happened. Same is true with WhatsApp. Nothing happened. So I think this whole thing that Chat GPT or machine learning and robots will take, all of that is bunkers. Human capital is capable of leveraging technology to achieve high productivity, higher efficiency, higher quality of life, and more jobs will get created. So I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about our country waking up to the disaster waiting to happen if we don't fix our education system, and if our industry leaders continue to bang on old ways of doing things, then it is a lost opportunity, which will be very unfortunate for this country. Then we will be like China supplying labor, which will be a disaster for this country.
Oh, that's a great way to think. And, so it's clearly an opportunity for us, right? This is, maybe we are at the crossroads today. One thing that my colleague, Ankit, who's the Chief Learning Officer of Graham Thornton, he kind of said to ask this question to you is, which is, I think, an issue with not just students, with all of us and educators sitting around, is this digital exhaustion, right? There is a lot of people talking about how do you do digital detox? How do you do yourself, Vineet? Means there are so much things coming to us. Any pieces of inputs or advice to all of us?
Yeah, it's a great question coming from Ankit, who, he's threatening his own business. But look at when the first candies and chocolates came, we hogged at it, right? And we became fat and we had stents inside us because of them. Slowly, what dawned on us is the Cokes and Pepsis and chocolates are not necessarily good things. So we got used to being able to control our desire to have them. And therefore, we have less of them than ever before. And therefore, gut rate and everything started coming in. Digital is a way of life of the future. It is only going to become smarter and smarter. And it is going to create virtual environments for us. Our refrigerators are going to become digital. Our air conditioners are going to become digital. Our ordering is going to happen automatically. The moment you must understand, the moment machine learning comes in, it is going to apply its mind. I mean, I do encourage everybody. I did something very interesting yesterday night, a joke. So my wife was asking me, what is this Chat GPT? And we were arguing on the fact that we as Sampak Foundation should move to creating hundreds of videos using Chat GPT. And she says, no, you can never, upstage a teacher's role. So I said, why don't you sit down with me and let's attempt something on Chat GPT? She says, fine. So I fell in love with her when she was in school. So we have a school romance. And I have written many love letters to her, initially out of love, now out of safety. So I asked ChatGPT, can you write a love letter to Anupma from Vineet, celebrating 30 years of friendship, and make it funny, make it emotional, and make it lovely. And do it in 200 words. ChatGPT gave an output. I gave it to her, and she looked at me. She says, "You've never written like this ever before in your life." So when love will become commodity, right? Why would I not go to ChatGPT to write the next love letter? Because I've never written anything like that. So I would say digital is standard. Now, how do you put a full stop to consuming? So people are coming together. I'm heard the young generation do this, which is the phone down parties. Phone goes down, so they have phone down parties. I have phone down meetings. I do not allow phones into the meeting. I'm just going on a holiday, 12:30 right now, and it is going to be a phone off. So I think people will come up with their own ways of detoxing themselves for digital. We have to tame digital before digital tames us is the way to look at it. It's the same chocolate phenomena. We will get over it. So right now it looks excessive, but because it looks excessive, we would be able to control it. If it was flowing under like the opioid crisis, which we did not know, it is difficult to get over with it. But now that it is visible, the human mind will get over it.
Excellent. So digital is a way of life, but we will control it like the chocolate. Moving to another topic, which I think is very, very close to your heart, is people first, right? And you've used the term teacher first. It's something that I personally admire, that whatever it is, it's because of the teacher. Just help us to give a perspective of what teachers should be doing in this current ecosystem. How do you see that teacher first philosophy really playing out?
So first is understanding employee first is very critical, because I recently saw a news article by one of the leading IT veterans saying moonlighting is bad and you should not work from home, you should go to office. I disagree with that statement predominantly because what is going for this country is human capital. If you look at your daughters and sons, one thing they will tell you is, we don't want to be managed. We don't want to be told. We want to be liberated. We want to be inspired. These sons and daughters of yours become employees of an organization. So why would you construct jails as your organizations where there are rules and regulations? You know, you pay me for 8 hours and you say, don't moonlight. Means what? It's a ridiculous statement. And you pay me pittance as salary. Most of the salaries in India are pittance. And you tell me, don't try and make money outside while you join multiple board of directors, you invest in startups, you make money, and everybody else is supposed to be in this jail and behave themselves. I think we are ridiculous. Our thinking is ridiculous. If human capital of this country is the way out for this country, for your organization, then invest in it. Treat it as the most important thing, like you treat your son and daughter as the most important thing at home. Treat employees as the most important thing. What is so difficult for us to understand there? If you want to fix education, who's going to fix education? Is a policy going to fix an education? Is a technology innovation going to fix education? Who's going to fix innovation? There's only one person who can fix innovation, is the teacher. Now, the question therefore to ask is, if teacher is the only solution to this problem, what is your role? Your role is to enthuse, encourage, enable the teacher to fix the problem. Not fix the problem, but to enthuse, encourage, enable the teacher to fix the problem. Now, what do? We shout at her. We train her again and again on different things every 3 months. We tell her how bad she is. We tell her that she is not motivated. I have been to villages where you don't get a cup of tea for the whole day and the teacher is teaching in the classroom. There's no water, there's no toilet for her, but she's teaching. You try and do that. The day we understand that the only solution to education problem is through teachers and our role is to enthuse, encourage, enable, that is the time we understand teachers first. So instead of criticizing them, instead of saying you don't have the capability, motivation, resources, we have to ask, what is it that I need to do to ensure you do what you do best? And the moment we start flipping that coin, we stop making policies and we start enabling the teachers, encouraging the teachers, celebrating the teachers, putting their faces on top of our newspapers, India will transform.
Well, absolutely brilliant. I think, on a different note, I went to, these days, again, from experience, coaching classes, right, and all of that. My daughter wants to be a medicine. I went to one of them, and as you said, there were all the students' pictures over there. All India rank 1, all India rank 3. But as you said, who made them? It's the teachers. So I think there's some food of thought definitely coming in. I think we will definitely have, I guess, some questions from the audience. But before that, just one aspect is give us a couple of 2-3 ideas that we should be thinking. As PhD chambers, as you heard, we work very closely with the government and ecosystem. What are 2-3 things, ideas that we could truly implement, right? There are a lot of great ideas, but any 2-3 things that we should be really doing to to make this education for the future?
You ask for it. I think you can do a lot more than pandering on policy. I think you should visit the ground and first do an inventory of the innovation, frugal innovation, which is working on the ground. Not top-end innovation of smart classes, but frugal innovations which are working in the class, and have the next conference here only on innovative ideas, on innovations which can transform education. And there are many in small ways and big ways, number one. Number two, set up a design thinking institute on transforming education. If you see, design thinking is part of corporate culture in finance industry, in IT industry, in your industry, not in education. That capability of training people on how to think design thinking for a school principal, for a college principal, for a university professor, for entrepreneurs who are wanting to get into education. How do you design an education for the future, right? Yeah, universities from international universities will come and eat your lunch. Why the hell are we trying to do that, right? Why can't we reinvent? You know, if you see Digital India, we have reinvented. You see UPA. You know, there are so many innovations which are happening in this country, but none of them in education. So set up a design institution in PhD Chamber of Commerce. Very happy to help, which is largely focusing on design thinking and innovation. And third is the word frugal innovation. Own it. What does it mean, right? How does frugal innovation impact the way people think, the way teachers think, the way parents think, and reach out and saying, hey, let's find, because India can only be frugal. We have 160 million children in our government schools. You have to be frugal. So own that word and run campaigns on how educational ideas need to be frugal. Then you would be able to take the policy of Nippon Bharat, take the policy of FLN into implementation. Otherwise, we will have great policy, but zero implementation. And our children who are waiting for a better opportunity are not going to see it.
Brilliant, Vineet. That's really a lot of very practical and amazing ideas. Definitely from PhD, we will reach out to you to take your help. Really questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Anil Handa. You're doing a lot of things and I congratulate you on that. Nutrition is an area, so I'd like to have a few words from you. And one more if you allow me. IR is happening, but it's a very different one from the previous ones. So are we going to catch on it or miss it again like the ones we have done before? Industrial Revolution.
Second question.
Yeah, Industrial Revolution 4 is happening, yeah. So, but yeah, it's very different from the previous ones. So I just wanted to have a few words whether we are cashing on that or it's going to be the same story.
Yeah, so I would say nutrition is a very big challenge, and I think this midday meal, conceptualization and implementation is fantastic. And this is an idea of frugal innovation. The fact that the midday meal is created by parents in the local community, I hope that continues and we do not hand over this to corporates and it becomes for-profit initiative. So, and people bringing egg into it, people bringing milk into it, the different state governments are trying to bring nutrition and we have new kind of grains coming in. So I would say we need to do more, but I think a lot is already happening. Your second question is very interesting. You must understand short answer, industrial revolution was about productivity. That is passé, that is obsolete, that is dead. We are now into innovation, new ideas. And that is what I call the digital revolution. We are not ready as a country for that. And that the government is ready. And the government has done a lot more innovation than we as corporates have done. That's the unfortunate part. This is the first time I'm seeing that the government is running ahead of innovation and the industry is running behind. So if we are not careful, this digital revolution will be our knockdown for corporate India. And that is what we have to get. It's not the same as industrial revolution. We were very good with productivity. Very good. Systems, processes, quality, standards, millions of people doing the same task. Fantastic. Even better than China on services economy. Digital revolution is a completely different cup of tea. So let's not lose that.
Perfect.
Good afternoon. My name is Shakti. I'm from Room to Read. Room to Read. So, So we have been working with literacy and Indian scripts and languages for many years now. So when it comes to literacy and digital media, I have a question, coming from that domain. So one of the major takeaways that I have from what you say is that we should be better in leveraging technology for learning experiences. Completely agreed. But look, so when I look at myself, I am reading on screen all the time. Yet there are very many important neurological researches which are telling me that the book is important, especially in the child's hand. Now, what are they trying to say is, this is my takeaway from what they are saying, is that the social discipline, the social culture of reading that we have been able to create with a book is what we should be able to create in the digital space with deeper reading, critical reading, and ethical reading. Now, reading is not just for pleasure, reading is for information processing, which is the need of the economy now. So given this shift, don't you think that people who are dealing with technology should be a little more informed about neurocognitive processes of learning or how learning happens? Because I think, we are debating about whether this media or that media, what to do with this, whether this is overwhelming us or whether it's not overwhelming us, what should we do about it? I think what we lack is relevant knowledge for all stakeholders. What do you think, sir?
So first comment on Room to Read. You guys are doing some fantastic work. I've been to schools where your libraries are there. More power to you. And I will do everything in my power to promote whatever you're doing, because reading and building libraries in school is of paramount importance, and more power to you. So that's point number one. I think the best book I have read in my life is the one which is there with a flip, and you open it and saying what is underneath as a child. And it says there is a mouse underneath, there's a cat underneath, where is the ball, right? So this is what we call the interactive book. Now the interactive book, as we became older, became a static book, where you are engaged with the power of the words and the power of the narrator. Now for the child, we forgot it, and we forgot these interactive books, and we created the narrative books. And then we made a stupid mistake by converting the narrative books into digital means, right? And we made idiots out of them. So when I first heard Sholay, I heard the cassette of Sholay. I don't know how many of you are of my age, but I did not see the movie. McKenna's Gold, I heard the cassette and I imagined the movie. And when I saw the movie, I was disappointed predominantly because the way I'd imagined, the dialogues are so good. So it led to imagination. Our technology is failing. It is not leading either to interactivity or to imagination. And it is a static conversion of narrators' content into a digital content. And that is the reason the development of cognitive ability, which you are talking about, is not happening, because we are being lazy about it. The moment you convert first is the physical medium of books has to continue. There is no alternative. But at the same time, if you leverage technology to create an interactive where I can build my own story. When Ram is going with Rahim into a jungle, why can't I determine what happens next? And why can't that interactivity creates the critical thinking in my mind, creates the imagination in my mind, and create a completely new skill which a book can't give? So if the digital media does not give me something which the book does not give, that we are being lazy, and we, that's a problem.
Well, thank you very much. I've just got the closing bell, but thank you very, very much. If there are any questions, maybe we can take it later, but I'm also conscious of you going to travel. But thank you very, very much. And we will seek your advice and inputs as we build this agenda.
Thank you so much. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give a huge round of applause for that wonderful in-conversation. We have a small memento for our guest. May I request Mr. Lahiri to present a memento to Mr. Nair? Thank you. Sir, I had also listened to Sholay on a cassette. Thank you. We have some innovative thing happening now. I would like to share with our audience that the website that we have made for our work in education, PhD for education, we have added an e-library to that. And that is a space which all of you can use in future forever. That will be the community that we are creating today to connect all of you. And to tell you about this e-library, I'm inviting Mr. Tarun Khanna, founder and chief executive officer of Nimbus. Nimbus has created this e-library for PhD Chambers Education Vertical. It's a versatile platform that offers a single solution for accessing library on any device, anytime, from anywhere. They excel in advancing technology and digital-based initiatives to improve information access and knowledge sharing. I request Tarun to please take us through just a few slides of what this e-library is about, so that our audience who are here, who are already registered on that portal, can see how it functions. That's before we are going to invite our next session speaker. So over to you, Tarun.
Yeah. So thank you so much for the opportunity, Shalini ji, and we're excited to announce, especially after this discussion on libraries with Vineet ji, that we will be launching a digital library platform focused on education, along with PhD chambers, and we want to make it the one place where all content related to education can reside. And each of you, along with other members, will get access to the site. It'll be kind of living and growing, and will keep you all informed about any new developments in education. So if we can just quickly go through the interface. Essentially, what we want to do is, what we've done is establish the site along with the key themes of this conference. However, this will again grow, and as new areas and themes come up, this will be added to the portal. Post-event, a lot of the presentations and recorded events, videos, etc., will also be uploaded to this website. So in case you've missed anything or you want to catch up on it again, you can come back here. Next. This website can, or the digital library can actually take all kinds of content. You can add books to it, and we plan to add open access books on education, journals, videos, presentations. All kinds of materials will go on to this digital library, right? And of course, it will only be successful with your participation and your consumption of the content. And I think the team looks forward to getting inputs from you so that they can start putting more and more content on the website. It's easy to use, like Google. You can search through the platform, you can access the content, and it can take as much content as you can give it, right? So that's the advantage of it. Like I mentioned, you will have access to books that will be curated and put on here. You'll have access to journals, etc. So all of the material is pretty easy to use. As you access it, you'll figure out easily on your own how to kind of access and run this platform. Happy to take comments, suggestions to grow this. Again, it's very, very important that you all participate and use this effectively and provide your inputs to make it successful. But thank you so much, Shalini ji and your team, to make this happen.
Thank you. That was Mr. Tarun Arora, founder and CEO of Nimbus. We now move to our next session, which is a panel discussion on NEP's role in creating a future-ready skilled workforce. And we have a very distinguished set of speakers for this session. The session is being moderated by Mr. Ankit Jham, Chief Learning Officer of Grant Thornton. From government side, we have Dr. Indrani Bhaduri, Professor and Head of Parak. We heard the Joint Secretary, Mr. Vipin Kumar, talking about Parak in the morning and how that is changing the way assessments are happening. And Indrani ji is heading Parak and also the Educational Survey Division and the National Assessment Survey segment at NCRT. Welcome, Indrani ji. We have Dr. N. Madhuri Parti, former Group Director of the Sri Ram Schools with us. Welcome, Madhuri ji. And joining this session virtually from Ahmedabad is Mr. Sandeep Dikshit. He is from the Adani Group, He is the Vice President for Adani Power Training and Research Institute, and he is joining us on Zoom because he could not be here today for some reason. With that, I hand over the podium to Mr. Ankit Jham to take this session forward.
Thank you, Shalini. Good afternoon, everyone. Only one person in the audience is awake. I'm going to try my luck. Was it you, sir? Thank you so much. Aap hi ummeed hai hamari. Aap hi ummeed hai hamari. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, just in case if you think somebody next to you is sleeping, you can just quietly and politely nudge them to rise to the occasion. It's a very difficult spot for us, me with the ladies and a gentleman over virtually, because we just had to push the break. The food was served outside and the lunch is around. It's the most difficult spot for any panel. And all I ask is compassion. I promise that we'll try and wrap this up by 30 minutes. We also promise that we'll try and keep it engaging and very conversational and interesting in nature. But please don't yawn. Yeah, laughter is good. Laughter is most welcome. But I was given this opportunity to talk about national education policy with some really esteemed members from the education fraternity, and I felt really nervous, primarily because I wasn't a very good student. Yeah, so when I look at teachers, when I look at people from the academia, they remind me of my principal. And with that comes those memories, which I don't want to recall, but I made friends with them. I also have Mr. Dixit. Just a warm welcome to Mr. Dixit, and we induct him into the panel. Mr. Dixit, how are you? You're on mute, I think.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Can you hear me?
Mr. Dixit. We can hear you loud and clear. We can also see you. The audience is also looking at you, and they are all waving. Now they are. So here is what we're going to do. We've all heard about the NEP, the National Education Policy, and we've all heard about how path-breaking, how revolutionary it can be. It's also pretty much almost like an Avengers Marvel comics that for many years people were asking who's going to kill the Thanos. And then a bunch of superheroes came together, wrote the National Education Policy, and now we're expecting the world to be saved. Our job is to figure out what's the end game. And that's how I'm going to talk to the superheroes who are sitting towards my left and one virtually. Of course, I'm Ankit Jham. I'm part of this wonderful organization called as Grant Thornton. I'm the Chief Learning Officer. I write books. And these days, my flex is you can Google my name, but more on that later. But more importantly, I want to pass the spotlight to these ladies who are extremely, extremely experienced in their fields. I want to welcome N. Madhuri Parthi to all of you, and I'm going to ask you to clap for her. I also want to, she's been part of the academia for many years, and I partly think that my age might be equivalent to her experience. Is that the right assumption? Yeah. I'm 38. You'll have about 38 years of, okay, let's not talk about that. Okay. We'll talk about age later. I also want all of you to welcome Indrani. Indrani is part of a very important initiative by NCERT. This morning, you guys heard about 62 boards in the country, and she's got that arduous job of bringing all of them together via Parak, and we'll talk more about that. I also want you to welcome Mr. Sandeep Dixit. Mr. Dixit is part of the Adani Training Institute, and he's joined us from Ahmedabad. Mr. Dixit, very warm welcome once again. Here is how the conversations are going to flow. I'm going to pass the mic to each one of them. Why don't you introduce yourself for about 30, 45 seconds, do the justice, and then we start playing the conversation. Would that be okay with everyone? We are also trying to budget for some crowd work, which basically means difficult questions, which you give it to me, but I don't answer, they answer. I'm going to sit here, look glamorous, ask pretty questions. They do all the weightlifting. So, Madhuri, 45 seconds, talk to us about the wonderful career journey you've had.
Very good afternoon. I have been heading schools. I started my career from like schools and then went on to, in 2006, I had cancer. And when you have cancer, you feel that's the end of the world. And I really, really wanted to do something bigger. So I moved to a bigger platform, thinking that I'll be able to kind of give more, take more, absorb more. So moved on to the post of a director, looking after many, many schools, worked with Sriram Group Global, worked with Lakshmipat Singhania Education Foundation, looked after the entire foundation, looked after various schools. So that has been my journey. And he wanted to figure out my age. So I can say I am a mother of 4, grandmother of 3, and a wife of only 1. Fortunately, unfortunately, right? So I think that completes my introduction. Ankit, now you know my age. First question answer. Over to you, Indra.
Yeah, thank you so much. And namaste to all. I'm Indrani Bhadri. I am professor and head Padak and Educational Survey Division at NCERT. I have been at NCERT for almost 3 decades now. And before that, I was working with the Pune University, and I had my training in psychometrics from Educational Testing Service, ETS Princeton, and also from the Australian Council of Educational Research, Melbourne, Australia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Indra. Mr. Dixit, over to you. Quick introduction.
Yeah, good afternoon again. I'm Sandeep Dixit from Ahmedabad, Adani Power Group. Currently, I'm heading the new technology and net zero initiatives here. My journey in this professional world started in 1986, and I could witness in the past 37 years about 2 major revolutions, the telecom revolutions, starting from fiber optics, the first optical fiber designed and rolled out by us. Then from fiber optics, I moved to power sector. In between, a break in from industry back to academics, taught a couple of years at BITS Pilani, and then came back to industry, Ministry of Power. From there, I moved to Adani Group about a decade back. So presence in telecom and power sector industry, right from manufacturing up to system integration and field works.
Fantastic, sir. Thank you so much. I'm getting you claps.
Thank you.
All right, here's the first question, Madhuri. Everyone has a view on the national education policy. Why don't you bring us on the same page of understanding and tell us what are 4 to 5 things which are changing, and what should we expect from the NEP?
I think we've been talking since morning about national education policy. National education policy is expected to bring a new paradigm shift in the world of education. Yeah, because the entire economic, social structure is changing. So does the education system need to change. We started as a country, we started from skill training. Our Vishwamitras and the gurus and the rishis and the munis and the sages that we had trained everybody. We still call Purusho me Uttam, Purushottam Raja Ram. Yeah, we still use that word Purushottam for him. And he was only skill trained. He was given the right training in the same country. All right. So we are almost moving back in that cycle. Everything, you know, moves in a cycle. So has education moved. The only thing is that it is a very ambitious plan. The timeline that we have is critical part of it. The more important thing, the numbers, the diversity of our country, the geography, the population. We've been all hearing huge, humongous figures since morning. I didn't hear anything less than a crore, 50 crores, 5 crores, 10 crores. With geographical barriers, with cultural barriers, with political barriers, with economic barriers, bringing NEP alive is the biggest challenge that we have. The only good thing that I've been hearing since morning, which I said it in 2020, just before COVID, there was a Business World conference happening at Le Méridien next door. And I said, a decade from now, brick and mortar schools may not exist. And everybody looked at me as if I'm out of my mind. But 20 days from then, it exactly happened. The schools went into our mobiles. We as heads of the schools who would say no mobiles in the school had to shift to mobiles, and that transition happened overnight. So things are so dynamic that if we don't keep pace, then NEP will become only a document, and that's not we educationists want. The only answer that I see, and I'm very happy that the panelists, the PhD Chamber of Commerce dignitaries, Srivat spoke about it, Mr. Dalmia spoke about it. I'm happy. The answer is technology. With such huge numbers, he said 3 crores are children can't even read and write, right? So this is a large number. 2 crore students have dropped out of schools. It's again a huge number. The only thing that can bring it together is technology. We will have to move to hybrid and online schools. That is the only answer. I still remember Abhishek Bachchan की एक ad थी कि बच्चा स्कूल नहीं आता तो स्कूल को घर ले चलो. वो समय जिसने भी वो ad बनाई थी, it was a very intelligent ad. I loved it then, I love it today. That is how education will happen. Content is no longer the king. Content is in the thin air now. When my teacher taught me about Taj Mahal, she taught me 10 sentences. When we learned about Indus Valley civilization, we learned 10 things about Indus Valley civilization. Today, if I put my finger on this gadget, it will give me far more information that my teacher could give. So the role of teacher is now becoming, you know, kind of, I can't even imagine what the role of a teacher is getting to. We can speak on these platforms, but knowledge, I mean, we used to consider somebody as a guru or somebody senior to us because they knew more than us. But today it is only this gadget who knows more than all of us. So guru kisko manna hai is a big question. Content, if that is not the king and is in thin air, is the role, and they say currency is going to be, creativity is going to be the new currency in the new economy. So how are we going to teach that creativity to our children will be another big challenge for all of us as teachers. So I think the pivotal role of teacher is going to change. The pivotal role of school is going to change. And as I said, I'm a grandmother of 3. I don't see my grandchildren. I was talking to Ankit in Modi Hall. I don't see them getting up at 6:30, giving a bath to their children, making them wear a school uniform and sending them to school. I don't see that happen. Generation next will not do it. Mummy tiffin banayegi, papa bag piche tangega, aisa nahi hone wala. So it is not only NAP, it's the entire shift, paradigm shift that is going to happen. But I'm very happy that government is making initiatives like Parak. It's an amazing, amazing thing to happen to bring 62. When, I mean, I was in Europe last year and we could, I mean, my family was, being a Punjabi family, we were craving for our dal makhani and butter chicken after a couple of days of Thai and pizzas of all kinds. So we could find it in Rome also. So if we can today, I was thinking sitting on the table that if that much of globalization, and we are a global village that we are living in, we are all talking, why not in education? Why are we looking at different boards, different systems? Why can't that be globalized? And the day we are able to do it, I mean, we would conquer the whole world. And I think Parak is the right initiative for that. So I'm setting the platform for you, Indrani.
And that's my segue into my next question, Indrani. Quick view on the NAP, and we had a lovely conversation on the depth of work which Parak is doing. Talk to our audiences about what is Parak and the promise it holds.
All right. So I'll begin with NEP 2020, and just that all of us are in the same platform. I'll try to highlight 4 or 5 main points that NEP 2020 focuses on. Like you all know that NEP 2020 came into existence in July 2020, and with that, the implementation of NEP 2020 also started. It's a comprehensive policy that looks into school education as well as higher education. I will be talking about the part that deals with the school education. When we are looking at NEP 2020, the first thing it talks about is making a strong base. That is strengthening the foundational learning. So that is the first focus of NEP 2020. NEP 2020 has given 4 pedagogical stages. It talks about, it gives a different structure of education, school education. It talks about the structure being 5 + 3 + 3 + 4. So the first 5 years belongs to the foundational stage, which is very, very important. The next are the preparatory, then the middle, and the last 4, of course, are the secondary. They have clubbed the higher secondary and the secondary. So 9, 10, 11, 12 are the secondary chunk. So NEP says that unless the child has mastered this ability of reading, the learning to read will become difficult. So we need to focus on 2 main aspects for the foundation, that is literacy and numeracy. When I'm talking about numeracy as well as literacy, in literacy, again, we can break down, what are the components of, we have Shakti brother nodding. So I'm not going into, you can explain later on. Next is the numeracy. In numeracy, what is happening at present is that it is taught in an algorithmic manner. I, as a teacher, I write, maybe if I want the child to do a 2-digit addition, so I write 2 digits on top, 2 digits at the bottom, draw 2 parallel lines, make a plus sign, and I want the child to do the addition. That's not the thing. We want the child to develop his or her own algorithms. First, understand what exactly means by addition. What exactly multiplication is, repeated addition, what exactly subtraction is, division is, repeated subtraction. And unless I, as a child, how do I start counting? It's counting does not mean I write on top 1 and then I write 11, then I write 21 and 31 and ask the child to complete. Like it was told that, write 10 sentences. No. Unless I, as a child, I am able to discriminate 2 things, that this is one, this is another. This differentiation is very important for me to go forward to counting. Only then I'll count this as 1 and this as 2. So this, translation and of course, to me, mathematics, the best way to teach perhaps is the abacus. The beads are excellent. Initially as a child, I touch the bead and I understand the concreteness. And later on, like if you have interacted with the abacus, people who, are constantly engaged in doing abacus, you'll see that, they are shifting the beats mentally. So that is the extent that we would like the child to take. So foundational learning, both literacy as well as numeracy. The Ministry of Education, the Department of School Education and Literacy has come up with the Nipun Bharat document. I think all of you have seen that Nipun. This is after NEP, what all we have done. So a lot of work has been done by the ministry, which I would like to share with you people. So this Nipun Bharat document, we have the learning outcomes, grade-wise learning outcomes have been documented at Balvatika 1, Balvatika 2, grade 1, grade 2. So in this learning outcomes, we have given what are the competencies that are required. And again, if you see the Nipun Bharat document, the 3 goals are given for foundational learning. What are these 3 goals? We talk about the child having good health and hygiene. This is the first. We cannot, negate the health aspect and just concentrate on learning. We have to integrate the health. So yes, taking a bath, cutting your nails are all mandatory. Brushing your teeth, the oral part is where the maximum number of germs reside. That has been told to me by my dentist. So health and well-being, the first goal. The second is child as a good communicator. So in that, the literacy component is weaved in. And the third is the child becoming an involved learner. How, as a child, I can make use of my environment to learn. So as a teacher, the role of the teacher, how it's changing, that I become a facilitator. I am not a repository of information just to pass to the child. No, I am facilitating learning as a teacher. So this is the first. I'm sorry if I'm taking more time, I'll hurry on. So the second one is what NEP stresses on is giving a focus to experiential learning. That is learning by doing. This is again a shift from rote memorization. Now, again, I can go on with this. I think we will be running short of time. So I'm just now going to just state the 5 things. So first was foundational learning. Second was experiential learning, which NEP 2020 talks about. The third is digital, experiential learning. I just want to say this, that along with experiential learning, NEP also says to include vocational education, weave in vocational education. So we have pre-vocational activities in the preparatory stage and vocational activities in terms of internships and apprenticeship in the middle and the secondary stages. The third is digital literacy. We cannot live without it. So when I'm talking about digital literacy, it is not just, coding that I'm talking about. Coding, of course, coding, of course, is important. Can I get a glass of water, please? Coding, of course, is important. But then along with coding, there's such a plethora of information available that we want the child to understand what is important, what is not so important, and what is not important at all. So that sieving needs to be done by the child. So how, as a teacher, I enable the child to sieve? Because such a lot of things is important. I need to understand what is it that I need to collect. So this is an important skill that the child, when we are talking about digital literacy. The second is, of course, the multi-dimensional approach, not to take the subjects and the discipline in isolation, that is physics, chemistry, or the history, biology. So we do not compartmentalize, because in real life, compartments are not there. All these things are amalgamated. So multi-discipline approach is the third thing. So foundational, digital literacy, disciplinary approach, and experiential learning. And the fifth is, of course, talking about the 21st century skills, which we all know. We also talk about it as the transversal skills or the social emotional skills and so on. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please give her a round of applause. What enthusiasm and what energy. To all the students, ये जो 5 गिनवाए मैं पूछूंगा बाद में.
मैंने जानबूझ के गिनवाए. As a teacher, I cannot help it, and I want it to go.
ये report card बनेगी जो last 3 rows.
No, we don't talk about report cards again. We talk about progress card. And it's not just cognition. I don't want you all to memorize the 5 things, but I want you to feel it. So it's a holistic progress card.
With you, मैं feeling check करूँगा. Mr. Dixit, over to you. We'd like to understand from you what's the industry perspective on the education policy. What's it going to do? And I saw a lovely presentation. Also, don't know where it went, but over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. You're audible and visible. Continue.
Can you see the slide, please?
We can now.
Okay. So just should not take more than a minute to highlight a couple of slides on summing up the essence and abstractions of this NEP 2020. And of course, our Honorable Minister and dignitaries from the Ministry and UGC have spoken the essence of this and explained that. I'll just capture this in this couple of slides and then come to the industry perspective. Should not take more than a minute. So this is what is bringing out some major components of this NEP. What I would like to focus on this is this particular block from current 10+2 moving to this. Now, this is definitely a huge task. Here is what comes the entire governance, operational infrastructure, the various components making up the digital backbone, etc. Everything comes in here, and the funding, financing, budgeting, and consumption of the budget. So all these components actually are going to play a huge role in this.
Mr. Dixit,
yes.
I don't think the slides are moving for the audiences. If you want to do slideshow, then they might move. We're still on the first slide, which says NEP 2020 role in creating a future-ready skilled workforce. If
it's not moving,
no.
Sorry.
Would you want to discontinue the slide and talk to us about the presentation? Would that be all right?
Is it moving now?
Not yet.
Not yet?
No, sir.
Okay.
Maybe you could just talk to us about it, and I think we'll get the perspective, and we'd love to see you more than the slides.
Okay. Just do it. Just.
We already have a question for you, Mr. Dixit.
I'll just stop sharing this. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, fantastic. He's there. Continue, sir.
Yes, sorry for that. So what I had done in the presentation, just 2 slides were there. One is 10+2 and moving to that 5+3+3+4. This whole paradigm shift actually is the crux of this, and herein comes the entire infrastructure requirement. See, currently we are having around say 2.5 lakh gram panchayats. And when we talk of the industry perspective, what my experience in interaction and campus interviews with the various academia, this finally the students and all, it basically highlights, as the teacher was pointing out, the Nipun part, but very, very important. See, foundation is laid right into the initial years. And then once it is weak, no matter how the student moves on, he really struggles to meet the competency frameworks of the industry. In industry, how the industry engages with these newcomers. See, we have a competency framework. We define competencies in terms of various soft skill and hard skills. Hard skill means basically the familiarity with the operations technology and the information technology part. Operations technology part is largely covered by the engineering colleges, so basic concepts and all are given, and then the rest of it is taken care of by our training programs. Every industry has a elaborate training program so that once they're on the shop floor, on the machines, there is no scope for blunders or major errors. So that is done by our training program. Other part, the soft skill part particularly, which is what is the essence of moving into the industry 4.0 paradigm. See, everything keeps changing from industries 1.0 to 4.0. Technology keeps on changing. What keeps the person going is his creativity, his problem solving skill, the soft aspects of that emotional part. So there is a very good book that talks of scents and sensibilities. See, everyone comes in the industry and starts engaging with the desk work and all, is going to the Excel sheets and all, but what will really lead this generation to the next level will be his emotional quotient, how well he has been groomed in those initial 5 + 3 + 3 + 4 years. That forms the essence of the industry expectations. Once he is into the college at BTech level, he is largely personality is shaped and very difficult to deviate much from that. So the teamwork and collaboration, engaging with others, helping out others, those parts of the personality are very important. And I think this shift from 10 + 2 to 5 + 3 + 3 + 4 speaks a lot about this personality part. And it's going to make immense difference besides the, of course, the literacy and all those parts, Nipun part and all. So I really see this paradigm shift as very, very important for meeting the industry 4.0 skills.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dikshit. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the man joining us from Ahmedabad. This brings us to the end of this wonderful panel. We also had planned questions, but we've got a packed agenda, but the speakers are around. If you want to speak to them, have a chat over a cup of coffee, feel free. Else reach out to them on LinkedIn and raise the relevant questions. Now to the quiz to the students. I'm just joking, don't worry. Shalini, we have time for one question. I got a hand raised there enthusiastically.
Okay, just one question because we already
One
have
question,
the guests, the next guests waiting. Yeah.
Hanji? Please. Also tell us if there is a specific person you want the answer from.
Okay. It's Madam Indrani regarding the national education policy. I would like to really interested to know about it. Is there any scope for the life skill education in the new education policy?
Is there any scope for
life skill education?
Life
skill education.
All right. Okay.
Yes, there is. There is.
Short answer.
That was short
Yeah,
and sweet.
He wanted
looking at
more.
the time.
Yes. Thank you, Indrani ji.
I've got a job to do, sir. Genuinely, they'll throw me out and I'm going to take the speakers down because there's a next speaking slot, which is just waiting for us. But lovely question. Sometimes short answers are the best.
During the coffee break, we did.
But yes, Indrani and you should catch up over a cup of coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe now have a huge round of applause for this very beautiful panel.
Wait, there's
And-
something coming from that corner also. You
No.
don't have a question.
No.
You don't answer, you take the question, answer later.
That's why I said globalization of education is the need of the hour. It will be in the Indian context, how the I talked about the abacus system, and I will, okay, I've been threatened, so I will not speak much. So I will take all your queries because
She's around, she's around.
I would like you to ask as many questions, and that is what we tell in NEP 2020, that questions are good. And as far as I'm concerned, I am all for all the questions. Maybe all of the questions, I might not have the answers just now, but then we will have, and we'll do it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lovely question. Thank you so much, everyone, ladies. Mr.
May
Dixit,
we have
thank you.
a presentation of mementos?
So I would request Shalini ma'am to please present the token of appreciation to the panelist. Dr. Indrani Bhaduri. Dr. N. Madhuri Party. Please, a round of applause, please, everyone. And Mr. Ankit Dham, the moderator for the show. Come on. Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists and thank you, participants. So we'll be starting the next session.
Thank you. Thank you, Satnam. Coming up are two very, very exciting keynote addresses. And we have with us today, Mr. Akash Chaudhary, co-promoter and managing director of Akash Educational Services. He is going to be in a conversation with Mr. Srivas Jaipuria, chairman of the Education Committee of the PhD Chamber of Commerce. And the topic of the discussion today is reimagining technology in education and research for 21st century. So with that, I'm going to hand over the mic to Srivas to take forward this conversation. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I'm very excited about the next couple of sessions that we are going to have. This one with Akash Chaudhary on reimagining technology in education and research for the 21st century. And the next one with Mr. Maheshwari from Physics Wala. I think these are very quick 20-minute sessions where we get a deep dive from one person about how we see the future of education. You know, before I give a formal introduction about Akash that I have, I just want to sort of tell you the kind of person he is. The first time I met Akash, it was 2018 or 19, and we flew to Hyderabad. We didn't know each other at all, to visit a school which we found out was very well run by a person we knew in common, and just spend the whole day with him. And learn from the school. We have somebody from that school here, and we spent the full day just learn. And on the way there, I told Akash, "Buddy, you don't even own a school. Why are you doing this?" And he's saying, "I'm just interested in learning." And it was such a great insight into the kind of person he is. And whatever we talk about of NEP and the new way of learning, I think is the attitude to always. The learning attitude to always want to learn. That is the greatest thing that I've seen in Akash over the years. A quick introduction. He is a highly accomplished business leader, educationist, and entrepreneur, currently serving as chief mentor and co-promoter of Akash Educational Services. He has a proven track record of success, having previously led the Akash Educational Services team as managing director. He is driven by the passion for providing quality education to deserving students, and he has revolutionized the test prep industry in India by transforming Akash Education into a leading brand known for providing cutting-edge and niche educational services. Through his visionary leadership, Akash has implemented new age systems for efficient operations and prioritizing student satisfaction, recruiting skilled talent, incorporating technological advances and automated processes, and adopting an agile marketing strategy to ensure that Akash's classrooms, hybrid and digital services continue to be evolved as a best-in-class offering. Akash is also founder and trustee of Plaksha University and serves on the board of VLCC Healthcare Limited and Hono, a HR deep tech leader. His leadership and contributions have not gone unnoticed. He was recognized as one of the disruptive leaders by Business World in 2018 and listed amongst the coveted 40 under 40 young leader list. He's an alumni of the Harvard Business School and has a bachelor's degree in computer science and MBA from the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. His unwavering dedication and innovative approach have set him apart as a visionary leader in the education industry. So Akash, that's your introduction. We want to learn today from you about reimagining technology in education and research in the 21st century. Technology, of course, is changing at a pace faster than ever. Some of the products, as we see, of artificial intelligence are coming into everyday usage. Maybe these products existed on the back end, but they are getting mass scale adoption. How should educational institutions, teachers change the way they teach? And what should we be teaching in a world where information basically is going to become so easy to access, and even to sort of content is going to get so easy to create?
First off, a disclaimer that I'm, a very small part of this large education sector and fraternity. May not be the most appropriate person to comment on what Shiva just asked me, but I'll try my best. First thing first, I probably start with a small incident that happened this morning. I was dropping my kids to school, and suddenly my 10-year-old daughter asked me, she calls me Dada. So, Dada, how do people who are colorblind stop at a red light or go on a green light? How do they know? And obviously, I did give her an answer that, obviously before you get a license, you get tested on it. I mean, in India, you know how it happens, but typically, you are supposed to identify colors and all those tests that should happen for someone who's dealing with a machine like a car or a scooter or a bicycle. But to that point, that question, I was so amazed that nowhere in the education system there is any process which can help a child simulate a situation and literally experience the feeling, the knowledge, and the content of the situation thrown at them. And I think that is where the role of technology should be. Unfortunately, today, what we have seen as role of technology in education is actually quite similar to what the printing press brought into education. Before the books were getting printed, the learners and the educators were ahead of technology. And suddenly there is a printing press. Technology marches ahead of the learners and the educators because there is a proliferation of that content, but there is no ability to deliver that concept the way it should be delivered in the minds and the intellect of the student. And we are facing the same challenge today, almost a couple of centuries later, where we talk about e-learning, and this is what we experienced when we brought test prep from classroom and books to e-learning. And we very quickly realized that the aha moment was very short-lived. What we were able to do was capture some content and digitize some books and made it available to students who did not have access to that. But was I exciting the students? I quickly realized I was not. Was I boring the student with a TV talking to them? I realized, yes, I was. Was I able to engage the student where she is sitting thousands of kilometers apart? No, I was not able to do that. And that is where technology seemed to have given us access to masses, but has not given us
quality and excellence that can excite the masses. And I think that is where the challenge is up. You know, I was listening to the NAP panel before this. There is so much that the government has planned. There is so much that the educationists have planned. But if we are not able to leverage technology for the learning ability and increasing the capabilities of the student and making them thinkers, creative beings and doers, then I think all of this is going to fall flat on ourselves. And why this is important, why we're doing this discussion, why every educator is concerned, because for very, very long time, we've been following the West. Whatever happens in the West, try and bring it here. And so much so, if we can't bring it here, let's go there. And go there and do what? Solve their problems. Why are they paying money to us? Our brain drain, our talent? Because these smart guys can solve their problems. What about our problems? If we are thinking and hoping that somebody from the West is going to come down to Delhi and solve our pollution problem, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. Somebody's going to solve our water table problems? No, it's not going to happen. Somebody's going to solve our poverty and unemployment problem? It's not going to happen. Our problems are our problems. Our education system needs to create students, thinkers, believers that these are our problems. We must own it. And we must educate our children in a way that they're able to think through these problems and solve for our own country. Because even if you learn something from the Western world, those solutions are not implementable here the way we would like them to be, because we are a very, very diverse country with different kind of challenges, and those challenges becoming complex every week and week. So where can technology come? It's a great tool to bring about an education system on which students can now dream and dare to get the education that will help them with a great amount of simulation of what the reality could be, what the teaching could be, what the outcomes could be of a situation like this. Why in the school we are, in fact, you know, I literally hate blackboards because it regiments everything. One person saying, everybody listening. Right now, there is no blackboard. And I've got you into rapt attention. The reason is that we are doing an open conversation. We are pushing ourselves to think beyond the ordinary, beyond the normal. Because when it goes down to the blackboard, you know, you're back to the basics and you're back to, you know, 18th century, 17th century, and we are far beyond that. We are in a far more complex situation with far more complex and challenging issues to deal with. So we can't do that. So I think the technology first must try to replicate what the educators and the thinkers want their students to learn. And for them to work with the technocrats and to create solutions which may be around the augmented reality, virtual reality. These are simulations. These are all big words today, but mark my word, 10 years down the line, if we are on the right track to create an education system that is not devoid of a great educator, is not devoid of a pedagogy that forces you to think and allows you to experiment without the fear of failing, without the fear of damaging, then the student will start to do experiments, will come out with observations and outcomes that will surprise all of us. One person's intellect is always lesser than the intellect of the room. And that is what needs to be taught in the classroom. And how technology can come in our rescue to enable that kind of a learning culture. I think we are living a very, very exciting time, though conscious, but very exciting time. Today we have a tool, if used correctly, can allow a great opportunity to our students, give them a view and vision of all concepts that are taught on the board, but now they're able to visualize, touch, feel them, and play with them, get gamified on top of them, and understand the implications of if I do A, what will happen? If I do, what will happen? If I do A, B, and C, what will happen? But right now, what is happening? We go to the board, A, this will happen, B, this will happen, remember it, and reproduce it. And the challenge will not restrict here. The challenge will also trickle down to our educators. You cannot expect our students to understand till you understand it well. And for you to understand well, you need to know how this technology interface is going to work and how we as an educator will transplant our awareness and knowledge and our wisdom into this system and convert that into a complete holistic education system that will make and create impact. And it will also not stop here, because once you have created a system like this, delivered education with a system like this through technology, you need to also assess them also in a very different way. After doing all of this and you give them an MCQ paper, there's no use. Your assessment will also have to go through an immense amount of overhaul. And that is where, the whole 360 gets connected and converted, and we are looking into an age where technology is absolutely placed in the orbit where it can transform through its use. We've just seen a very small sample of digitalizing and digitizing the content, and education has reached to the corners of the country where it would have never. Just a small one. But that's not the end of it. It's just the beginning. And whatever policies that we create, we must keep in mind, where is the mind of the student? Where is the mind of the thinker going? Are we exciting them? Are we encompassing them in our policy or not? But if you're not, then I think that's going to fall flat. It's going to be another gimmick. And again, we'll have to rely and bank on the West to continue to solve their problems rather than focus on our problems. And in a population of 7 billion, 1.4 billion cannot be taken lightly and should not be. And we have to solve our problem, because if we don't solve our problem, it's a problem for the world. And we need to own it up on ourselves. And I think that is the vision and thought process that needs to go into the use of technology in changing the face of education as well as research, which has been a very, very cornered, sophisticated area. But and mostly people, ask them, why don't you get into research? There are questions around lack of awareness. There are questions around lack of funding. There are questions around lack of expertise. Now with technology, all of this is made available. And in this day and age and today's world, I do not see anyone not being able to accomplish anything wonderful because they did not have funding. There are people who are ready to back innovations, technologies, researchers, and scientists to take the best things out for the world. I think we are living in a very important and critical time, but we also must be very, very aware of the challenges that the technology throws. It's easier to say that there are many benefits and uses that we can extract out of technology using simulations, using AR, using VR. And in fact, today morning, we had a very wonderful meeting with a gentleman called Professor Raj Nehru, who's the VC for India's first skill university. And I was amazed by the vision of the government, how the education at the primary level, the school level, at the university level is now translating into the skill level, and government waking up to that and doing incredible amount of investment. We got the opportunity to actually visit the campus in Palwal. We were amazed. And the whole idea was, if I'm not able to invest in technology to simulate, I have put all machines here and I'm letting my children learn the resources, learn the skills with simulation in front of me. And the outcomes were so fantastic. People who did not have money to eat, small children from nearby villages in Palwal, joining the skill program, learning to cultivate mushroom, are now doing businesses worth 20 lakh rupees a year. Isn't that the change? And it's just one small initiative where he said, I could not invest in technology so much. So I did my first stage to invest in a physical machine and try and simulate everything there for their skill. So technology at the ground level, at the machine level, at the simulation level, at the virtual reality level has tremendous offerings for our education community. But the teachers have to up their game. They cannot be fence sitters. कि हाँ ये बच्चे समझ लेंगे, उन्हीं के बस का है. No, you will have to really come up. And I see that struggle with our own teachers in our education institute. And it was only limited to e-learning and all of that. But when it goes down to simulations and AR and VR, which will transform the quality of learning that you can scale without the fear that that simulation is going to be substandard, will not be able to give the variation that a teacher will give in a class. I think all of that will go away, and this is going to come in and hugely impact the way education is delivered with the help of technology.
Thank you so much, Akash. So I think some of the takeaways that I got from what you spoke about is that firstly, technology has the ability to make education more real for students, to keep them engaged and to get them to solve real world problems. I think that are present in India to get our students to solve our problems. I think just as the much publicized Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar said that, the world's problem or Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. I think Akash has sort of built on that and said, we in India as educationists must train our students to solve our problems. We must not look for Western solutions to solve in our context. I think one question from me before, we open up for a couple of questions from the audience. How do you see, AI specifically and other technologies working inside the school system, inside the university system to personalize learning for students? Because there are two issues. One is that, learners might be at different levels while learning the same topic. And when a teacher teaches on a blackboard, they teach towards the average learner. And there is no such thing as an average learner because it's too high for someone, too low for someone. And secondly, as the world gets more complex, even at school level, students will have different interests and probably need to learn different things. So can you give us some examples or some insight into how technology has the ability to personalize learning, both from a level perspective and from a variety perspective?
Before I go down to that question, I want to give another example. I was reading, this book on noise, and one of the interesting anecdote these guys talk about is how judgment is given in courts. For a same scenario, the judgment could vary from 6 months to 20 years of imprisonment. What is the variability here? The judge. Different judge, different probably breakfast in the morning, or fight with the spouse, or a road rash situation, goes out a different verdict. And this is exactly where there is a judgment happening in the classroom every day. How you deliver your content should not be based on what you're feeling. So AI has a significant role in capturing data points which we can't even imagine exist, and create algorithms and models that can preempt the biases and the noise that may exist in delivering quality education. For example, a student's classroom behavior and an attempt on a question paper can throw millions of data points that can really model and predict how this child will behave in the next class. So this is the power of AI. And to the education community and fraternity, it hasn't come by, but I think that time is not far. About 5 years from now, you will see that seeping into your system and giving you some wonderful insights and telling you your own strengths and weakness and deficit as an educator. So these are the areas that you need to work on. This is the energy level that you need to maintain. This is the CO2 level that you need to maintain in your classroom if you want rapt attention. So there are many data points that are available, but not accessible and comprehensible right now. But with the help of AI, this will become very, very easy and will give you insight that will drive the way a quality education can be delivered with multiple parameters in mind. And that will make a far more significant impact than what we see today happening.
So I hope that's your next venture.
I don't know.
But we'll take one or two questions from the audience before we close. Yes, the gentleman here. You can speak up if you don't mind, we'll be able to hear you.
I'm the position of National Secretary of Federation of Education in India. We are working the collaborative education, industry and skills. These are collaboration. But the challenge we are facing from last 5 years, 6 years, acceptance in education industry, those who are taking the decision, they are not accepting any of the technology, any of the change. The mindset is the main challenge. So any input from your side?
The mindset is the challenge for every new thing. You know, I'm sure there are a lot of parents here, and first time you hear something really different from your kid, the mindset is, nahi, hamare ghar mein, hamare time mein to aisa hota nahi, to tum kaise kar rahe ho? So I think doing a very, very close discussion, not argument. You know, when you get to argument, as they say, then you know you're trying to figure out who's right. And a discussion is what is right. So, you know, what is right for the student, if you do that discussion with the people, mindset changes. And I think we all have gone through this mindset change challenge, and data and historical record and track records are some of the most easily available tools which can show the person with whom we are having discussion the challenges in changing this mindset. See the data, see the, you know, the historical evidence. This is the reason why we should do it, and always start small. You know, nobody wants to change overnight and hit the wall. And I think having foot in the door, being out of 100, you know, typically, for example, if I'm dealing with my lawyer, मैं उसको एक काम बोलता हूँ, वो मेरे को 30 इशू ले आता है. मैंने 30 क्यों ले आया? कहते 30 इसलिए क्योंकि काम के 5 ही बाकी नेगोशिएशन के लिए. So, you know, we'll get the foot in the door. बात तो शुरू करेंगे एक से. So I think that is what is very important. If you're changing the mindset of educators who have seen success, and you can't question success, you've seen success, ask them to change. I think you have to have patience and go small.
Last question from the audience, the lady at the back. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Nidya Dlakha from CIT NCERT. Like you are talking about that technology can help in diverse ways by providing simulation, by providing content in a better way. But can technology work in that way, the way teacher interacts with so many students in a class and help them interact with each other? So that's how teacher not only teaches, but also make the class interesting. So will that happen ever, that technology will do the same? That has not happened yet.
See, I think I missed out on saying one point. Please do not take technology as a replacement for humans. So we have a role to play. If I'm talking about AR, VR, I'm always saying that technology is an enabler. It's a great tool. If you use it well, you can expand the reach and benefits of it. So I think that was the point. And you know, you're right. The social, emotional, cultural skills and engaging with the student, the physical person has to be there. But you have a role not only as a teacher, but also a moderator and a controller of the technology tools that you're offering and making available.
I think what I like to say is technology is not going to replace the teacher, but a teacher who can use technology will replace the teacher who can't. So technology has to be a great enabler for the human interaction in the classroom, outside the classroom, the kind of data points, the kind of pathways that technology can give is something that the teacher will have to utilize to give a better educational experience, to have more engagement with the student. So I think it's about teachers adopting this rather than being replaced by it. So thank you so much, Akash, for being with us here today and taking us through this session and through your insights. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. with that, we come to the end of this beautiful conversation. You spoke about single judge giving different verdicts, but I think the verdict today in this hall is unanimous. That was a fantastic session. So please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Akash Chaudhary. May we have the presentation of memento to Mr. Akash Chaudhary from Srivatsa. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So thank you, Srivatsa, for that conversation with Mr. Chaudhary. We now come to the Physics Wala, and we have the co-founder of Physics Wala with us today, Mr. Pratik Maheshwari. He is going to be in a conversation with Ms. Sonali Jain, co-chair of the Education Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce. And the topic for discussion today is EdTech 2010 to EdTech 2030. Over to you, Sonali, and welcome, Pratik.
A very, very warm welcome to somebody who is here on the stage as a beacon of light for the new India and what a new Indian would look like. We welcome Pratik Maheshwari, the co-founder of Physics Wala, which has now become the 101st unicorn company with the value of $1.1 billion and around 9 million plus students. Pratik Maheshwari is a co-founder of Physics Wala, India's most affordable edtech platform, which entered the Unicorn Club last year. Having joined hands with Alak Pandey, who's the founder and CEO in 2018, the duo launched the Physics Wala app in 2020 with a complete curriculum for JEE and NET. Can we have a loud round of applause for Mr. Pratik Maheshwari? Because his humble journey to an astounding success is the stories that dreams are made of, that every new Indian can actually envision in the new India. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Alak Pandey, who just got married 2 days back. So heartiest congratulations and good wishes for him and his whole team. With Physics Wala, Pratik is fulfilling his lifelong vision to revolutionize the edtech industry by becoming an education hub that is the ideal mentor, a friend, a teacher, a study companion, and a solution for the learners. They have been working together to meet the demands of students, introducing a diverse set of programs for aspirants trying to crack JEE, NET, Railway, UPSC, and banking and other competitive exams. With a distinguished academic background, Pratik holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from IIT Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He also has experience in building significant businesses. Pratik has founded food tech startups like Moon to Noon and Night Panda. Leveraging his vast business acumen and extensive experience, Pratik envisions Physics Wala becoming a go-to platform, providing high-quality education at the most affordable prices for everyone and setting a new standard for competitive exams. Thank you, Pratik, for taking out the time and discussing your journey and the future of Physics Wala and EdTech here at PhD CCI.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. So, where do I start? I start from my college days. I'm IIT BHU passed out 2011. Post that I went for a job, MNC job. Then multiple failures in the startup, and then I ventured into EdTech in 2017 and started a SaaS product company. Met Alak in 2020 and started Physics Wala. So when we started Physics Wala, our thesis was very clear that 80% of India is just filling examination forms and not able to have a quality education. Like, you know, the coachings were like $2,000 and like 1.5 lakh rupees. And so we wanted to solve for Bharat, like, you know, 80% of India, which is bottom of the pyramid. And other edtechs were positioned themselves as $1,000 price point. It was mid of COVID when we launched our application, and we launched our first batch for 1,000 rupees. Alak was teacher and we were building technology. Got massive 50,000 enrollments and crashed in first few days only. And that's how we build India's biggest classrooms. So our thesis was very clear that if someone has to solve for Bharat, they have to solve for affordability. A quality education in affordable price point was missing from the market. So currently we are having 15 lakh paid learners with us. Started as one single tutors, we have more than 2,500 tutors with us. So started out of 10 people company, now we are a family of 7,000 employees. And and now we are JEE, NEET, UPSC, SSC, banking, TET, the entire spectrum of test prep we are covering. So, and a lot of emphasis we give on community building, free content providing on YouTube. So that's how the DNA of the company is. So that's a brief note about what we are today. And we have recently ventured into skills. 2 months back, we have launched PW Skills. We do a lot of future growth of the company in the skilling segment. And there's a huge gap between what college is providing and what industry is seeking.
Sure.
And that's where we ventured into PW Skills, partnered with iNeuron. And as on date, we are offering technology skill development courses, full stack development courses, data sciences courses, front-end development courses. And so that's the major focus area for the company.
Thank you. So the numbers are quite overwhelming. 15 lakh plus students PW has in a span of 3 years.
Yeah.
Almost 3 years. I think that calls for a loud round of applause, because these kinds of astronomical figures are hard to come by. And that also when the beginnings are so humble as to one tutor and maybe a couple of people as your staff. So moving on, we all see that EdTech has been changing the learning as well as the educating landscape. So do you think with the coming up of upskilling as a major component of National Education Policy 2020, EdTech can actually help government fight something called unemployment and something called unskilled labor, which India is known for?
Definitely, like, you know, the way government is liberalizing policies and the focus of the government is shifting from degrees to skilling, it will really help. And like, you know, the way EdTech is shaping up India, definitely, like the problem of unemployment, the solution is only the technology and the startups.
Sure. So we have seen with the emergence of EdTech that one glove or one size cannot fit all, which was the whole thing about the traditional education, that everything was customized for a batch of 40 students or a batch of 400 students. So with the emergence of EdTech, I feel that the education has become more customized, personal, approachable, accessible. What is your take in that? And do you think at this point of time, when India is already the 5th economy in the world and becomes like a 5 trillion economy in a very near future, Indian government needs to have a very major say in an EdTech policy? And are you already expecting something out of it, or are you getting some kind of a support from the government on the same?
Yeah, so there are multiple questions, Sonali, in this question. And the first part of the question is one size fits all. So in Physics Wala, we have actually solved this problem of one size fits all. So our typical batch size have enrollments of 20-25,000 students. And like, you know, so, and we have developed such engagement and technology tools, some sentiment analysis tools, all the things Akash sir was talking about,
yes.
That will happen down the line 5 years, 10 years, which will happen in 2 years. Like, you know, we have all the artificial intelligence in place, data models in place. So that's the problem, like, you know, which we have solved in test prep, especially JEE, NEET, UPSC, GATE, coding, all these exam categories. And from government standpoints, like, you know, there is a good amount of support is required in terms of higher ed segment. Like, you know,
Sure.
So the challenge government is facing is like the gross enrollment ratio is 27%. They want to fetch it to the 50%. Like, so 73% of the 12th pass students are not opting for graduation or higher ed. And that's where we can play active role, because so we have solved for affordability. Fundamentally, we have the same agenda what the government has the agenda, right? And now we want to solve for degrees, and that's a very regulated space. Degree is a very regulated space, and online degree is the only option we have, because if we go brick and mortar, you had to invest a lot in terms of infrastructure,
Making schools and classrooms.
yeah. So that's where I request policymakers to come out with some liberalization in terms of online degrees, in terms of opening up. I'm sure a lot of initiatives have been taken. There is a digital university coming up. There is online degree affiliation coming up, but a lot of areas are gray, where we don't know how policy will shape up. What the role of EdTech in terms of those policy need to be have more clarity.
So thank you. I just got a chance to interact with Nirmala Sitharaman ji like 2 weeks back. And my question as an educationist to her was that where do the union budget see the roadmap of on EdTech players, especially the private players, especially because EdTech needs a lot of unorthodox educational equipment like a television, like a tablet, or maybe a smartphone, which is not accessible to most of the students in the rural areas. And the taxes which are leveraged on these are also quite high, I think 28%. So she said we'll come to it when, as and how the budget plans out. So I really hope there is some good news and a proper roadmap plan for the same. So I see a lot of parents and students sitting here, and I find that it's a very unorthodox methodology of teaching where EdTech is concerned. So do you think that with AR, VR, all the television, monitors, tablets, our regular children will totally forget the orthodox way of remembering things, revising things, maybe writing things, maybe talking, the interpersonal skills? Do you, as an EdTech company, take some plans or steps to make sure that all of these cognitive skills are still built in our children?
Well, as a company or as an individual also, I believe the fundamental problem is availability of a good teacher. I had couple of amazing teachers, and I had a couple of boring teachers also. Those subjects teachers are good, you will study more. So those players who will solve the fundamental problem of enabling a teacher with the use of technology will win. And there are a lot of habit changes we see in Gen Z, that their attention span is quite less. Their content consumption is patterns are very different. So every 10, 15 years, you have to up your game, and technology is enabler in my point of view to a teacher. So a good teacher become great teacher with the use of technology.
Yes, rightly said. I think all the teachers will always be there for us to teach us, but however, they cannot afford anymore to be redundant, to be obsolete, and they just need to, upgrade themselves every now and then. So our topic for today was EdTech 2010 to EdTech 2030. So please shed light on what PW Physicswala wants to achieve in the times to come. What is your roadmap for success? And how do you see yourself or project yourself as in the progress of our nation, which is just on the brink of educational technology revolution?
So education is a very, very broad term. There are players who are just doing test prep. There are players who do K-12 as a focus business. There are players in a higher ed. There are players in upskilling of existing corporate workforce. So, so we want to become a lifelong learning partner for students. The good part of the story is that we are acquiring users at an early stage and creating a good brand equity and brand impression in their formative years. but eventually we want to become a lifelong learning partner. So, and affordability is the core value of the company with the highest quality education. So the company's plans are like, 2020 is way ahead. We are not that visionary to imagine what will happen in 2030, but in upcoming immediate years, we want to solve a disrupted price product for K-12, which we will be launching in the next academic year, which we want to position at $20, a timeless content, adaptive learning content for K8. Started with K4 to K10. Test prep, we know the game. We are present in almost all exam categories. We are number one in UPSC in terms of number of paid students.
Yeah.
We are number one in GATE. So test prep is a problem we have already solved. You go to Mukherjee Nagar, you go to Karol Bagh, you go to Kota, you go to Indore, anywhere, so every exam categories we are there. We have solved it for online, and slowly we are coming with offline also. Skilling is something very, very close to our heart. See, everything is about jobs. Like why I prepared for IIT and went to IIT is to have an aspiring career, and it's all about jobs. So, and we see a lot of trend in the students is skipping JEE examinations and start coding in early stage. And 90% of our students will not able to crack IIT JEE examinations, which we know that they will go to private colleges. And I don't think so. College education is doing any justice to the students. In fact, I haven't learned anything in IIT except learning from my peers. So we want to bridge that gap.
It's not that easy to accept the truth. So he's owning it up to it.
So we want to bridge that gap. We want to create value for the students, and what industry needs and what college is providing is completely outdated. So that market is waiting for a disruption, and eventually we want to become a lifelong learning partner.
Absolutely. I think from what you say, I get that experiential learning is of utmost importance. But having said that, how does an education technology bring about experiential learning in terms of upskilling?
So, if you talk about the core things of a learning is you need a good teacher. And when you talk about higher ed, so you need a lot of hands-on practice. You have to do the things which eventually when you join a company, your boss will give you assignment, you have to do that assignment. So there's a lot of practical learning happens in a company.
There's no shortcut.
There's no shortcut. So the experiential learning, if I talk about what needs to be given in the colleges, the hands-on internships, the hands-on practice, and they need some hand-holding as well. That's what that's what is done in industries also. So that part is completely missing from a college education, and that's what PW skills. The entire technology, product, pedagogy we have designed to give experiential learning to the students.
So we're talking about the PW Skills app that you have just recently devised.
Yeah.
Right. So now I'm going to ask a very tongue-in-cheek question. When the EdTech revolution was coming in India, which is probably 10 years back, with I think Byju's was one of the first players in 2010. Everybody thought that the orthodox method of teaching, that is in the classrooms, would go for a toss. But now with things like ChatGPT coming, do you think that EdTech would actually go for a toss? Because who needs an EdTech company or an EdTech teacher when ChatGPT is there and you just need to put in some keywords? So it's a very tongue-in-cheek question. Yeah, please answer for us.
I believe human intelligence is much more powerful than artificial intelligence, and ChatGPT is just an enabler. Those who are good with a Google search don't even need ChatGPT. And it's an enabler, it's a tool. There is enough buzz in the market about it, and it's overhyped also. And yeah, it's a fantastic tool. Like, it gives you good results, but it will enable EdTech only. Like, there is no competition between ChatGPT and EdTech.
So it's like a tool and resource which everybody here can use. It's some information on your fingertips right there, instant gratification. Wonderful. So before we come to an end of this session and before I take up some question answers from the audience, I'm sure all the students sitting here, they would want to know how and why Physics Wala happened, because there's so many key players. I think 4,400 more EdTech startups, and why Physics Wala is where it is in terms of, is it your luck? Because your beginnings for both Alak and you are very, very humble. I know from Google, of course. Yeah, so how and why did that happen? And I've personally monitored your growth journey because you're associated with us in more than one ways. I'm sure the students would want to know. What should they do to go upon that trajectory?
It's still humble. It's not that beginning were humble.
15 lakh plus students, yes, quite humble.
Luck, definitely. Luck has there is a divine power which we believe is with us. So luck was a good factor, but intent, I would say, was very clear from the day zero. I remember our early days when we started our first batch. It was time of COVID. Every other EdTech was raising their prices. And if you ask any MBA graduate or any business school guy, they will not recommend to launch a course at 1,000 rupees price point, like a year-long course where you are full-fledged teaching physics. But we went our own way, because our intent was very, very clear that we don't want to be in the rat race of EdTech, what other EdTechs are doing. We want to solve for Bharat. So, and we stick to that over the period of time, and a lot of love of the students is also contribution in our success. So yeah.
Wonderful. So ladies and gentlemen, I think it's all about intent, instinct, and attitude. So attitude has gotten him altitude. I think that calls for a big round of applause, because we're sitting here with the co-founder of 101st startup unicorn of our country with a valuation of more than $1.1 billion. I have to figure out how many zeros are there in 1.1 billion, but nevertheless. So I would like to invite question answers from the audience. Any of the students? Yeah, please, right there.
Hey, Priti, Vijay here. Like you, same industry. I come from Cyber EdTech. We are in the K-12 segment, so K-8 right now, a school. Now, my question was, your business is a lot selling content, if I'm not wrong, right? There's not much of interaction, if I'm understanding that.
There is interaction. So like 20% of our business is recorded and 80% is live interaction.
Okay,
classes.
cool. Now, being 100% live interactive EdTech, which is looking to have a growth or aspire to have a growth like you, what suggestions would you have for us? So our classes are 100% live.
Talk to your customers.
Get the right
Probably
intent.
they have the best insight of of your content delivery, and talk to teachers also. That's what I have learned is design everything by talking to the teachers and the students. In our AC room with a lot of technocrats, you decide this will work, this will not work, and this is the future. That's not how the game should be. You need to talk to your students and teachers, and they will guide you.
Okay, I just an extension, maybe I missed it out. I wanted to ask, how did you reach out to the masses? So I know your price point was one bit of it, that was absolutely unmatchable in your industry. So is ours. But then that decision-making process, or getting the people to make that decision to do changes from that traditional bit to your bit, was it, as you said, luck or?
No, that's a very intelligent question, actually. So the problem of the EdTech is the customer acquisition cost. Typically, any other EdTech company spends like 4,000 to 10,000 rupees to acquire one students, and we teach for an entire year 3 subjects, the entire JEE and NEET for 4,000 rupees inclusive of GST. So that's a problem, like, for us. So the answer to this is forming communities. Like, we form very highly engaging communities over YouTube. That's the only thing we know, and that's the only thing we do. So be it UPSC, be it GATE, be SSC, banking, we teach a lot of free content on YouTube and form very high intent communities. And then we start monetizing those communities. So communities are for forever. Like, see, the 30-40 years of Quota, the leading player might have changed, but Quota as a community have grown, right? The Quora is here for forever. The WhatsApp is here for forever. The Insta is here for forever, because they have formed communities. So that's what we have done in test prep, form very high intent communities over YouTube. So that's the secret sauce.
All right, great. Thanks for that.
We're hearing an entrepreneur now. We were hearing an educationist. Now we are hearing an entrepreneur. Yes, there, please. Yes.
How and why you choose fixed wala? How and why you choose fixed wala?
That was not me. That was Alak. And
can you tell me a story behind it?
Yeah, so I'm not sure whether it's 100% true or not, but so Alak was a phenomenal physics teacher in Allahabad. Like, he got an overwhelming response in offline. He was the star teacher of the city. And one day he was thinking that how many students I'm going to teach in my lifespan is probably 5,000, 7,000 students, like, So he found, like, so he wanted to disrupt the space, and the online was the only medium. So since he was the physics teacher, the probably physics wala name came intuitive to him, and that's how he put the first YouTube channel name as a physics wala in 2016. So I guess 2016 is how, and yeah, so Alak, since being a physics teacher, he kept the name physics wala.
Any more questions? Last one probably we'll take, seeing the paucity of time. So this was a question, why physics wala came to me, but it came like a little differently worded.
Now we call ourselves a PW.
PW, yeah.
Because we do a lot more than physics. So
Okay, thank you, sir, for giving me this chance. Actually, I'm from Meghalaya, so I was also aspiring for some programs, but now I'm landed in education. So I'm happy with it, whatever I am.
we have a
now.
lot of students from
Yes.
Northeast, lots of students.
Yeah, but I want to ask one more question, because still in our state, they are not aware of this particular aptic which you're having, a particular app or digital content which you're having for these competitive exams. So have you outscaled in Meghalaya, sir?
No. If you go back, if you circle back with the grade 11, 12 students of Meghalaya, they are studying from us. So our data says that a lot of Meghalaya students are with us, right from grade 9, 10th, 11th, 12th. And they are using PW app pretty much. Like, the entire Northeastern state is with us.
Okay, then I just want to make myself clear. Thank you.
Thank you. I think due to paucity of time, we have to wrap up this very interesting session. So friends, here we have Prateek Maheshwari, who has made it very clear to us that technology and education, the amalgamation, the marriage, the shadi of both is here to stay. It will not change anything, or maybe, it's a complementary and supplementary, and will make education more communicative, collaborative, creative, integrated, approachable, accessible. So this revolution is here to stay, and we all hope that we make use of it and our children as much as possible. Thank you so much for being with us and sparing your time. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you, Prateek, and thank you, Shonali. Please give a huge round of applause to this conversation on EdTech 2010 to EdTech 2030. We have the memento for Mr. Maheshwari. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for lunch. So thank you. My apologies. It's been a roller coaster ride since morning. We are going to come back here in half an hour. So we're going to take half an hour lunch break. Please be here by 2:15. We're going to start the next session, which is on India's place in global education coming up, and the very important session on Vidyanjali, which is at 3:30. Please be here at 2:15 for the next session. Thank you. Can I request everybody who is outside the auditorium, if your friends are outside, can you please ask them to come in? We need to start the session. Can everybody who's outside, if they can hear? Students, I request you to please ask everybody to come in. Coming up now is our panel discussion on India's place in global education. And we have 4 very distinguished speakers who are going to be part of this discussion. The session chair is Professor Furqan Kamar. He is a former Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, which is the oldest industry university body in the country. The panelists in this session are Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy. He is the lead for education at KPMG. Dr. Harshvardhan Have, Director General of Jagan Institute of Management Studies, JIMS. And Mr. Rajat Singhal, CEO of Cyborg School. I invite all the speakers of this session to please come on the dais and take their place while we urge everybody to come in. Please, sir. Podium is all yours, Furqan Saab.
ऑटोमेटिकली आ जाएंगे तो ऑलरेडी घंटी जो है ना 5-6 बार हो गया वो इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम है थोड़ा सा
So thank you very much, Shalini ji, all the organizers, for giving us the opportunity. I am speaking on behalf of the whole panel, and I think we are all excited to be here. And particularly the topic that you have chosen for this session is India's position in the global education scenario, spanning from the school education to higher education. We have limited time, and there are three very eminent panelists who have already been introduced. And our challenge for all of us is that everybody had a very sumptuous lunch. So keeping you all awake. So rather than making presentation, we would like to have, like in the last session that we saw, some questions and answers and trying to discuss amongst themselves and also involving you in this whole process, and hope that you would be okay with that framework. My esteemed panelists have already agreed that this method would be okay. As a backgrounder, we in India have the largest system of education found anywhere in the world. The school education as well as higher education. No other country has as many institutions as we have. I can speak more confidently about higher education, but I think the data also suggests about school education. In terms of enrollment, we are presently second only to China, but very soon we will overtake them. So we will be also, so the national education policy said that they strive that that we should be second to none as far as higher education and education is concerned. So on these two parameters, we are already almost second to none. Now there is a third parameter, and that third parameter which everybody is seeking out, and that is proving as elusive, is the quality and excellence. And now the parameters for the quality and excellence are becoming, the benchmark are becoming global rather than being local. So it is just not sufficient that we are very good in our country or in the state or in the city where we are located, but every time the point of comparison is that how do we compare with the best in the world. So we will try to understand through our panelists as to what is happening, what is missing, what needs to be done in order to attain that quality and excellence. Maybe if I could begin with you, Nana or Mr. Ramaswamy, that there has always been a benchmark between Indian institutions and foreign institutions. Now we have an enabling framework for the foreign universities to enter into India, establish their campuses. We already have a news that not from amongst the top 100, but at least from amongst the top 200 or 300, at least 2 have shown interest to come. Chances are that some more would come. Do you see this as an opportunity for promoting excellence? Argument in the UGC guideline is competition promote excellence. So do you see it as an opportunity, or do you see this as a challenge? What are the challenges? What are the threat perceptions? How best can we make use of this opportunity?
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like Professor said, in our parlance, we used to call this the graveyard session. There's silence all over. And our idea is to see how much we can. The topic is definitely helping us. And you asked a very, very valid question. And something that is going around, some people say it openly, some don't. And when I meet many of my clients who are universities, the one question that is in their mind is this: we're getting foreign universities into this country. Now, what's going to happen to us, as in the education institutions in this country, specifically, and at large, education in India? Here are my takes on this one. See, at this stage, India has about 27 odd million people enrolled in higher education.
Now the number has gone to 40 million.
They are aspiring to make it to double the size. We are all talking about 45 million seats that are there in educational institutions. And we want this to go all the way to 100 million and stuff like that. We are talking about doubling our gross enrollment ratio. And already that is possible because we have more than 300 million students in schools, right? Not all of them are hitting higher education. Parallelly, we want to develop vocational education standards as well. But just to give you the enormity of the task, no other country, anytime in history had so many young learners. To think that we will solve all these problems with our existing institutions is a fallacy. So point number one, sheer demand supply mismatch, we need more institutions. And if we are going to build more institutions, imagine we have about 1,000 plus universities. We need at least 2,000 plus. If you're going to double the number of universities in this country, it's a mammoth task. It's not going to happen. So from a mathematics number perspective, we need more universities in this country. So if universities are coming from other countries to the place where we have the maximum number of young learners, it is most welcome. That's like one point of view. The other point of view that usually happens whenever a sector opens up, right? I'm not for any, trying to compare this with other business sectors, but generally that is when a sector opens up, there is this apprehension as to what is going to happen to my domestic market or the domestic constituents, people who are doing that. It happened in automobile, it happened in banking, it happened in entertainment, it happened in all these sectors. So initially, this competition gives a little bit of, I would call a fear in terms of how it happens. But luckily in education sector, it's the other way. Education sector, many universities are already collaborating with foreign universities. Foreign universities are not an unknown entity here. In my view, they coming in will introduce a lot of good practices, will introduce a lot of collaborations. We are going to see the emergence of more variety happening here. There are going to be more options to our students. There are going to be more avenues for our faculty. So if I look at from any stakeholder's perspective, be it the regulator who need to bring in more universities, or from students who need more choices, or from faculty who need more institutions to collaborate and do their research, or the economy that needs more and more people to be educated, to be trained, I see this as a huge step in the positive direction. Yes, in the short term, because of certain regulations that govern foreign universities, which is not on equal footing with respect to Indian universities, there could be some hiccups. But I think that is something that we need to overcome for a much larger good. Sir.
But say, if I ask you another question related to this, there has been one argument that these foreign universities, when they set up their campuses in India, this will lead to import substitutions. Those who are going abroad would stop going abroad. Do you think that would happen?
Sir, the enormity of what we have here is so huge that while there is a lot of talk about the students who go abroad, they are a minuscule fraction of the total learning population in this country. And people who go abroad go for a variety of reasons. It is not only because of quality education. They also want to have a different experience. Many of them want to work in those economies and from an earning perspective. So I would think there will be zero dent on, people who are going abroad. In fact, one of the survey that we did says for every 7 students who are going abroad, right, 6 of them are not going there, not because of any commercial reasons, just because those universities cannot accommodate them. Imagine the plight of universities in other countries. They can't have all Indians, right? Their international quota is only so much. So I would think this will only increase or provide more options to those students who wanted to go abroad, but couldn't do it because of other reasons.
So I think this is a very important point, but I think arrival or having an enabling framework for foreign universities to be in India is just one issue. Even if they don't set up a campus, the doors of all universities are open for the people from around the world. And nearly 5 million people leave their home for higher education globally. India, of course,
Just one more point I thought I'll add. My bad, I missed out. See, it's also prudent to open up foreign universities to come to India now, because in the recent past, digital solutions have come, online varsities have come up in such a big number. And when it comes to the digital world and online program, there are no boundaries. So if you don't allow them, they are anyway going to come inside. So why don't we regulate them and have these universities in a more structured manner? Sorry, I just thought I'll add that point.
So to have an enabling framework is important for us as a country. Now, listening to you, there are three concerns relating to higher education, and we are all aware. One is we need to expand capacity to accommodate more number of people. NEP also has this target, a GER of 50%, which would require us to take our enrollment from about 40 millions to around 80 millions or so. At this moment, when we are talking about, there is also a data available that creating capacity does not necessarily mean filling up the seats and providing enrollment. Engineering and management education is a very, very glaring example that half of the AICT approved management and engineering institutions, half of the intake capacity is remaining untaken. The reason could be that either they are so expensive that people are not able to afford, or their quality is so poor that people don't feel like studying there. And at the same time, it is not the case that there are nobody who are interested in pursuing engineering education or management education, because we see the seat to application ratio in IITs and IIMs and the premier private institutions going up day by day. So there is one angle of equity, maybe I'll come to it a little later. But then coming back to excellence, that okay, let us for the time being forget about expansion. We need to promote quality and excellence. Three things are considered globally, plenty of literature available, that you need large number of faculty, you need huge fund, and you need to provide a lot of freedom. Do you think that we have this in our country, or we have to do a lot more in these areas, or do you have some more ideas? Second question that I would pose to you, Professor Halve. Now, earlier, the quality was a kind of perception. We perceive that this institute is good, but now there are numeric benchmarks, accreditation, ranking, and we are seeing a phenomena that there are institutions who don't want to be accredited by Indian accreditors. So they don't apply for MBA or NAC, but at the same time, they want to open to international accrediting agencies. So what is this phenomena that you are seeing, and what do we need to do to promote excellence in this regard?
Let me first thank you, the organizers, to give me the chance to be here with the August gathering here and the panelists which is here. Thank you, Furkan sir, for giving me this opportunity and asking me two questions which is very relevant and really challenging in the expansion that we are looking for. The first thing that you had talked about is concept of quality when we think about an institution. Like you rightly said, only expanding infrastructure or seats will not give you the kind of results what we are looking for from 40 million to 80 million. For examples, if you take the examples of even IIMs, although the number of applicants are increasing, but getting filled seats of the later or newer IIMs is equally challenging like a private institutions, those who are actually trying to fill their seats. Whereas there are institutions, those who are already established from years, 20 years to 30 years. And so Even if you say that there is a ranking or there is an accreditation aspect, but still the quality is being perceived by the people based on what their peer says, what their nearby says. Because still, in my view of last 26, 20 years of admission, what I have seen is people will explore n number of things, but ultimately someone where there's a huge trust in terms of what the person is saying is correct, they will finally decide to take admission at that place. Institutions are expanding, but again, struggling for years, getting seats filled for the newer campuses. And in my view, basically an institution's image based on the legacy of success, at the same time, the peers or nearby people, those who basically tell about him. So it's a word of mouth, which is very important for an institution to be known and trusted by someone. And it depends. Regionally, you have different benchmarks. Nationally, you have different benchmarks. And internationally, you have different benchmarks. So when you go for a globalization, what we need to actually think about, are we actually thinking for a global phenomena or global competition in our minds? If you see QS rankings, we lately have some entrant of the Indian university. Why? And there are many articles on it, but most of them are focusing on one thing. Do we think that there's a real requirement of diversifying students or faculty in an institution? Do this diversity is very important? We try to see that we need to fill the seats. Most of the institutions, almost 80% institutions are trying to fill their seats. Top 20%, yes, they have availability where they can reject the applicants, those who are coming to them. And in such scenario, expansion or thinking for quality is a real challenge. The second important aspect is the kind of research we are producing in our country. There's a huge number of papers you can see. I've seen CVs which says that, there's a publication of 450 papers. Someone says 1,500 papers in their CVs, which is submitted and saying that, I'm claiming that this is my research publication. How much quality? Do we actually think why we are doing a research? Is our research is coming and giving some sense to the society or to the businesses or to our students? Or it is only a numbers which is coming in terms of the publication where there are so many things where, where you can publish a lot. So when we think about quality, we need to have the kind of mindset within our teaching fraternity and the society itself, what we are looking for. Because my simple understanding is, if someone thinks that, I want to get A, and there's a clarity in their mind, there's a huge availability for it. Usually what happens is there's a mismatch of the thought process. Like I'm looking for something, whereas I don't know where I'm capable for. So this mismatch cannot be actually filled purely by the rankings and accreditations. Because large number of students, large number of institutions are still struggling in the same area. Like we were discussing many times in the meetings of NBA, when we are visiting to various institutions for the accreditation, we can see that the overall approach of the entire teaching fraternity here is to actually fill that form, how many things we are doing. But again, that quality sense is not translated in our mind. And that quality sense is actually required if we really are thinking for a global competition.
So, one point that you mentioned, I think we will come to it later on. We thought that the benchmarks are global now. But you are saying that no, the benchmark which are applicable to a particular developed country may not necessarily be applicable to India. We will come to it. There are many other issues. We will come to them in this second round. But there is also a feeling that if higher education fails to achieve the level of enrollment and expansion or the proposed GER, one of the reasons could be that we do not produce enough students from these schools. So, which you could call as eligible enrollment ratio. So this is one. Second thing is that higher education and school education has what Kothari Commission said, a backward and forward linkages. Teachers for school education come from higher education, and a student in higher education come from school education. In any case, the higher education cannot blame these schools for producing poor quality of student, because the blame finally comes to higher education institutions. But still there could be some structural issues. And the national education policy talked about changing the structure, duration, pre-primary kind of things. So you deal with technology and K-12 sections of education. So what is your take on NEP? Do you think that it will drastically improve the quality of school education, which will provide the best quality students to universities, higher education? What is your take on this?
So thank you so much for the question. And first of all, I feel that I'm a misfit with such wisdom and experience sitting next to me. And pardon me if I go wrong anywhere, but since morning, whatever I've been listening to, there I feel that we are a fit. And now, why is that and how is that is something that pretty much reflects in the question that you have also asked. So when we talk about the higher education, or when we talk about the quality of education, rather per se in the larger perspective. So quality of education, the foundation of which is laid at the time of K-12. And today, as much as we should take pride in this, that education for all is something that we have been focusing upon, and in the primary segments, we have reached 100% enrollment. But when we talk about at the overall level, the quality of schooling that we talk about, or the quality of K-12, the quality of education, the quality of teachers, the pedagogies that is reaching to, to the last mile, that is somehow missing. And NEP pretty much lays the foundation or the right emphasis that why and how should we leverage technology and take quality schooling to the last mile. So since morning, the chairman of PhD and the education committee also, they have been emphasizing on two key aspects, that one is the quality education, the second is leveraging technology for that. And this is something that we are trying to do because we are taking schooling online and we are taking it to the last mile, because no matter what, how much we try, taking or making quality teachers accessible in the tier 3s, 4s, rurals is practically impossible in a physical scenario. And if we are able to give the right foundation at the schooling level, I am pretty much sure that the higher education, once it's mapped with the skill sets and the vocational side of it, and what the industry requires, as a couple of people also mentioned, and what PhD also focuses on, that the actual industry requirement, whether it's being mapped till the school level, once that starts happening, everything would fall into place, and the quality at the global level would substantially increase as we are the biggest youth population per se.
Thank you, Rajat. Just to conclude this first part of the discussion and to make an introduction for the next, we in India have a problem of plenty, and anything that is available of plenty, we somehow do not value it. So you talk to any college principals, university vice chancellors, IIT directors in India, they are all lamenting that they are not getting the quality of students that they were expecting to, and quality of students are not that good. They are not as committed, they are not as intelligent, they are not. Interestingly, if you talk to the vice chancellors or provost or president of foreign universities, they are all full of praise for Indian students. Their appreciation is that they are very bright, they are hardworking, they give their heart and soul to whatever we do. And that is now also visible in a wide variety of ways. Say, for example, if India has become $3 billion economy, did we have to import manpower or human resource from anywhere? We did not. It was the people who were trained in our institutions who sustained. If we are targeting to become a $5 trillion economy, we are hoping that these people who have received education in our institutions. So maybe our expectation from education is so much that we are not satisfied with what we have achieved. So this is one qualification that I would like to put in. But then there is a second thing, that there are so many Indians who did their first degree here in India. They got the opportunity to go abroad, pursued their master's degree or even higher level education abroad, both in Europe and in America and Canada. And with that training, somehow their potential was realized better than if they have been. So a question comes to mind that other than C.V. Raman, nobody got Nobel Prize by studying wholly in India and staying in India and working in India. All the 5-6 Nobel laureates, and I'm not including the Peace Prize winner, they had to leave the country to go out. Some of them also had to maybe marry to a foreigner. And so what is it which is missing that we are not able to realize the potential? Is it that our system is too rigid to enable students to give their best? We bind them so much that they are not able to perform. So this is one question that keeps me bothering. Maybe I'll listen to you from Professor Halbe, and maybe we'll take some feedback from the participants. Many of them are running institutions as to what is their feeling.
Very relevant and very thought-provoking questions that you're being asked here. But to begin with, I just want to say that again, when you say the concept of quality or the people are very good here, but we don't realize that they have the potential. There is one more thing which we need to understand, that there is a role of culture where you actually go and do something. For example, I think lately in 5-10 years back, we have started talking about Swachh Bharat kind of concept. And we want to see our cities has to be cleaned. Same people going to the other countries, other cities, and you feel their entire approach of being there will automatically change. When they come back, they become normal. So somehow it also feels that we take it granted in our country that these things are chalta hai. And that mindset basically gives you the approach, because what you are looking for is your perception, how the person is behaving, what they are doing. Same students going abroad, doing hard work. Here, they are only looking for placements. They are only looking for what I am getting as a job. So there's a huge difference in the entire approach, the way these students basically behave inside an institution. So that culture, which ultimately brings that kind of behavior, because if you want to see someone who is really interested to study.
I think you were talking about an ecosystem, so perhaps we are missing or somewhere we are lacking that ecosystem. So, would you like to add anything to it quickly?
I just want to add one more thing. And that's how, when the foreign institutions will come, you will find there's some kind of ecosystem will be created. Because most of us are not able to realize what is there, why students go there and become excellent, and why we don't.
No, but most institutions do have teachers who received their education and training abroad, and they have come back here. They have exposure, the leaderships keep on visiting. But anyway, that is a positive way of looking at
If you
things.
see the numbers of institutions and number of faculty,
Okay.
percentage is very, very, very less. So, yeah.
My view is the purpose of education, I mean, in a sense of what we do here and what happens in other countries are very different. In spite of an advanced economy, the number of students who don't go to universities and colleges in US and UK are high because they look at education with a different perspective. We look at education as a means of improving our livelihood. Nothing wrong in that. Different countries move through different direction. So the importance or the relevance that we give for research in many of the Indian universities are by design not the same as what is given in other countries. The Nobel laureates and the innovations and other things are a byproduct of a sustained effort in research. And the other reason, this is my personal view, for some reason we kept research institutions outside educational institution in this country. That was an experiment that we made. In my view, may not have been the right thing to do, where research was kept outside educational institution. Wherever you see the Nobel laureates or many of those innovations happening, they were together. Be it Silicon Valley or the Hsinchu Science Park, many examples of this, which we seem to be correcting. Even in the last budget, we saw a lot of research getting back into educational institutions. So in short, I believe the research scenario in this country was at a certain stage because of which you didn't see these innovations happening. That's no excuse. I'm just trying to.
I'm only thinking, not interrupting, but thinking that, okay, it's the same brain, which in India is somehow the thing that is not producing the kind of research, and the same person. So the same Venkat Ramaswamy goes abroad and produces work that he gets Nobel Prize. So what is it that is missing?
So here, sir, if you are, say, you are in IIT, what is the measure of success when you come out of IIT? If I ask anybody here, the measure of success when you come out of IIT is what is the salary that you get in your job? What is the measure of success if you are in Caltech University or MIT? I'm just taking names for the heck of it. The measure of success there, of course, a population goes for this as well. But furthering the research part is something that they have adopted.
Okay, so concerns and the requirements
are different. As an economy, we are in a different stage, and that doesn't mean we don't have innovations.
And that is explainable by theory also. Say, for example, the first generation learners, they use education as an instrument. They use Saraswati to invoke Lakshmi. So that is the kind of approach that they have. But if you are son and daughter of a very rich, wealthy person, then you pursue your passion. Okay, now related to that, not exactly this question, but related to that, one was ecosystem. Here is the kind of focus and the attention that people have and the expectation from education. You see, the whole American school system doesn't have a common board. The American high school, every school is independent. Now, in India, can we think of a system where every school is independent and is not bound by a common board, or whole 1.4 billion population bound by 40 boards? Do you think that that is possible? And if it is not desirable, if it's not possible, then why? Can't we trust our American more trustworthy than the Indians?
So basically, we have already started moving into that direction, wherein, so since the Common University entrance test has come into picture, what the government wants to do is that, they want to eliminate the, so-called discriminations which are created because of the boards. And we, along with this NEP and along with the reforms that are coming into the entire education system, we are moving towards that direction. We are moving from rote learning to creative thinking. We are moving from, I would say, this board system to a common ground or a common parameter wherein we do not have to discriminate कि ये CBSE से है and ये state board से है and ये NIOS से है या whatever, So that has already started taking place. It might take some time. It might come to people a little longer, in a longer frame of time, but I think that's happening.
Thank you. So there are only two issues that we would like to discuss later. One is the issue of technology, and the other one is the issue of equity. So maybe in our last remark, but now I would like to benefit from all the illustrious people present here. You are all associated with education. This quality and excellence, what is it that we are missing from our discourse? Everybody says that we do not have that quality. One explanation was that we are not satisfied with what we have. People think that there is really something missing. I mentioned funds. Yes, we spend far less than what most countries of the world mention. It is not a sheer accident that almost 80% of the world-class universities are located in OECD countries. So per capita income plays a very important role, expenditure, but there should be more. So what is the ground knowledge that you could contribute? So maybe we could spend about 10 minutes there. Kindly be as brief and provide as many points as you can. Is there any mic available? So,
Thank you, PhD, for bringing all of us together. In my little understanding, I feel the overseas universities or the institutions from overseas, they should undertake a in-depth study of our working requirements of the students, the requirements of the faculty they would like to associate with us. And I'm very clear in my understanding. I'm quoting most prestigious IIT, that is IIT Mumbai, and an overseas university from Australia. Thank you for advising. Thanks a lot.
thank you. So the foreign universities need to know the realities in India before they come. I'm sure that they would be doing their own. I think I'm looking at you, Shamaji.
Sir, since you pointed and looked at me, I have to stand. But I'm not sure if I'm also qualified to answer this, but I have spent 3 years in a university. I've spent 12 years in education, but I've also spent 30 years in the military. And I leave this as a thought, is that the reason? But I think Indian higher education institutions have to spend time on what's the institutional culture that they want to bring in, and the institutional culture nearly always comes from the top. So what's the purpose of the university? What does the leadership feel about letting that purpose flow down? And how does that come into the culture of the organization? Because when a young assistant professor joins, he will see that there's a particular institutional culture. And Dr. Halve said about research, for example. If research is a predominant part of a university life for a young professor, and he sees that as part of my life, and then that's part of the undergrad who's assisting in research or the postgrad who's assisting in research, I think that will set the pace for institutional excellence. I think that's one thing which I've always felt.
So I think the ecosystem and the culture and the institutional culture. Anyone else? Yes, please.
I'm Yunus Rana. I'm the heading of Federation of Education in India. We collaborative schools, industry, and university and skill together. There is a education system in India under the law of Not-for-Profit Act. In this Not-Profit Act, the documentary itself sustain a model, or whatever profit earned, it will goes to their objective. It is a documentary, but practically it's not done. That's the main challenge in the education, innovations and all that.
I don't know, I mean, this is a point which many people are raising, that not being a profit activity is a barrier in attracting investments. But then the global experience tells us that all the excellent institutions, all the world-class institutions, private ones, Harvard, Stanford, all included, they are all not-for-profit institutions. They are not making profit. In America, there are for-profit institutions, but they are not considered to be of quality. And in fact, a very recent study found that most of the student loan defaults are coming out of those students who went to these for-profit institutions because they did not provide them good enough education for employability, and therefore there is a default and the whole system is collapsing. But anyway, that is a point.
So this was in regards to, how here in India, and one of you, I think, mentioned it's the ultimate goal of education is to kind of have a job, to earn money. What I feel the difference between what we have, the way education, higher education works here versus how it works in outside the country. I think the focus is major so into the contribution as compared to just securing a job. So it's like, there's a famous movie which says, we are Harvard students. We don't look for a job, we create one. So that's the mindset that needs to be there, or the ultimate purpose of higher education. And probably, once the universities and obviously people like you, enforce that into the very fabric of higher education, I think things would change. So rather than aiming to aap ye degree le lo, go give an interview, you'll get a good job, this much of package, and that's why you should come to my university. Instead of selling that, you say, you know what, we are going to make you say XYZ, or we're going to teach you how to be whatever you want. So I think that would probably solve.
I think very valid point that startups, entrepreneurship, self-employment, all of these things are very important. And I think we are giving a lot of focus. I mean, there have been two focus that we said that our education system, it's so much knowledge oriented that people lack the skill to be employable. So we focused on skills. Unfortunately, earlier we had educated unemployed. Now we have skilled unemployed, a lot of them. Just today, I saw data that almost 42% of the graduates remain unemployed. And unemployed means including those who could have taken up the jobs, etc. So the focus on the startup, focus on the entrepreneurship is very important and has to be there and should be appreciated. Globally, if you look at it, in any society, what is the percentage of workforce could be employer? Any idea that 100% of them could be employer? May not be desirable. I think the maximum number that we touch is about 10 to 12% of the population, workforce population, becoming entrepreneurs. The rest are job seekers. Another thing that we could add is that in India, the formal sector is so small. Both public and private sector put together employ about 11 or 12 crore people in the formal sector. The rest of the people are employed in the very small, non-formal, informal sector. And educated people do not feel very comfortable in working those non-formal sector. पढ़ लिख करके सब्जी बेचना मतलब ये कि एक आध लोग निकल सकते हैं इस तरह के भी उसमें स्टार्टअप करें. So I think these are the challenges. So just in a minute to each one of you for your concluding remarks before you give me 2 minutes.
Sure, sir. Now, my point also to add to what the lady said, I think in all the economies that are doing well, you will see the education system broadly into two parts. One is what is called as the vocational professional education stream. And that stream is meant for people who are looking for jobs, who are looking for livelihood. And there is a, what can you say, positioning associated with those institutions called community colleges in certain places, TAFEs in Australia and other things. I think one of the things that we missed out in this country, we didn't give the right positioning to vocational education, because of which education meant only the so-called formal degree education, which was supposed to be for a different purpose. So in the confusion between training people or preparing people for the industry and preparing people for certain higher purpose, which is learning and knowledge and other things, we kind of morphed that into one. There are two ill effects of it. One, the education system went to what you call as educated but unemployed. And the most important and in fact, it is even more undesirable is what happened to the vocational education system. Today, people don't want to belong to that. Whereas in any country, that should have maximum number of youngsters taking to it, which we don't have. We're trying to correct that. In the past, maybe 10 years or so, there has been massive attempts to create this parallel system, give it that kind of importance. Successive governments have tried to do it, and we are trying to catch up with that, sir. In my view, creating that sooner is going to be the most important solution, so to say, for creating an education system that is purposeful and meaningful.
But I think they have already done it. The vocational education framework, also the seamless integration.
Sir, the mindset is difficult to change. Infrastructure will come, and you can also give all the incentives and scheme. But today, I mean, on a lighter note, we did a survey as to why don't people take to vocational education? Can you imagine what is the number one reason? They said, if I take vocational education, I don't get married in the right. So it is a social stigma, which is very difficult to change. It's not so much the infrastructure or a regulation, which will take time. I think we are doing great attempts to it. We only wish it can be faster.
So, Rajat, would you like to add very quickly?
Sir, very quickly, what I would like to add is, it's perfectly correct, yet it is actually a mindset. You know, as parents also, I may ask many of people sitting out of here, sitting out here, how many of them actually allow their children to pursue their passions rather than, going for that academics per se. So till that time, it is there in everybody's mind, and that it is instilled in everybody's mindset that that is also a career option, can become a career option. Like I heard Piyush Goyal ji stating it somewhere, and he was saying कि आज आप खाना बना के भी Michelin master chef बन के बहुत कमा सकते हो. But how many people do resonate to it is what. So that is something that, वो mindset that has to come to the mindset of everybody, and then it will reflect in the longer run.
See, just to continue what these people are talking about. So it's mindset. In my view, this mindset is basically compartmentalized. When we talk about someone want to do a job, what they see is after post-graduation. You ask about research, higher education. Whereas all the international boards are starting research in their minds from 11th class. The theory of knowledge kind of subject is not heard by here people. So TOK is actually compulsory for all these 11th and 12th students, whether it is Cambridge or whether it is the IB board. So mindset creation has to be from a particular level where student understands that it depends upon my ability and it's not about a certificate which gives me a job. So even if I'm capable, I can get a job after 12th. That mindset is because it is compartmentalized. What people will say, अच्छा 12th के बाद job कर रहे हो? Again, what you said, शादी कैसे होगी? Because we have compartmentalized our entire setups based on what happened 20 years back, which is still continuing in the modern era. Although we talk that we are in the modern era, but our mindsets are in the golden era.
So I think the mindset. So now we saw that we agree only on one thing, that there is a problem in higher education and there is a problem in education sector. We are still struggling to find out one good solution, although there is plenty to learn from around the world. What you all mentioned about the ecosystem and the culture, I would also want to add to it that tolerance as a part of that culture is extremely important. You talk to those Ivy League universities where there are 30, 35, 40 Nobel laureates, and those presidents would say that it is not very easy to manage them. I mean, these people who have devoted their whole life to a single problem, expecting them to be a normal kind of a person who would fill up their TA form accurately, and the finance officer sitting on them that, okay, that will not be passed. So I think that tolerance and the diversity is very, very important. Interestingly, in India, in many universities we had, I think many of you must have heard about Farag Gorakhpuri. Farag Gorakhpuri was in English department in Allahabad University. He was a poet. He was contemporary of Pandit Nehru. And in fact, in his personal life, he had all such eccentricities that any university would suspend him today. But then he was never suspended. He was allowed to continue and do his poetry. Same thing, those of us who have seen this beautiful mind, so you know that the teacher is schizophrenic, his students are making fun of him, he is not able to teach his classes coherently, but Princeton is still holding on to him that, okay, you remain here and providing all kinds of support, and then you get a John Nash, and then you get a game theory. So I think this culture part is very important. A few more things that I wanted to say in the 3-4 minutes that is left in this session, that in India, we have very seriously compromised the teachers and their recruitments, and creating an enabling framework for teachers to perform what they are supposed to perform. I was vice chancellor of a university where the sanctioned position was about 1,000. In place were about 450. The rest were vacant, not only for 1 year or 2 years, but for almost 2 decades. And out of 450, 300 had never faced any selection committee in their life. They all got entry into the system through guest faculty part-time. Now the problem, and that has now become a norm across all public institutions. In private institutions, there are few which are quality conscious and they want to attract teachers. For them, they don't keep money or tighten their purse. But if you talk about an overwhelming majority of the private institution, faculty, getting a faculty, retaining them, creating condition is a big problem. Without that, the quality and the excellence would not come. Competition is very important instrument for promoting excellence. And we saw in many economic spheres. So we have come a long way from you could pick any color so long as it's black or white, or so long as it is black, to we are now spoiled for choices that which color and shape of a car and which company do we want to buy. So it provides choices, it brings in competition, it makes people to do. But then even when it happened in the economic field, there was this Bombay Club, if you could recall, which were talking about level playing field. And I think it is the governmental and the regulatory requirement that we create a level playing field. Finally, I would like to leave a point for you all to think, and I think we all know about it, but I think that needs to be repeated. Everybody who is sitting in this hall, for your children, the gross enrollment ratio is more than 150%. Would you agree with me? Did you experience this problem that you are not getting a seat in a college or in a university for your son or daughter? I doubt. No. I mean, the only compromise that you had to do is that, okay, he wanted IIT Chennai, Madras, and he could get it to, say, VIT Madras. I mean, these kinds of compromises, he wanted to do chemical engineering.
Sir,
just 1 minute is still remaining. So I'll just conclude. So if for us, it is 150% and the national average is 27%, the question that we should ask is that who are the people who are left out? These are the poor. These are the people living in rural areas. These are the people who have affordability barrier. And unless we address those issues, the further expansion in higher education is not likely to come, at least to that extent. And not only that expansion would not come, but it will also affect the overall quality, because quality is also a function of diversity of talent from people. So this is just one idea that I would leave it you, that how to make higher education and education affordable, accessible by all segments of the society, what needs to be done. And thank you very much to all my panelists and to each one of you who very patiently listened. And I could see that none of you fell sound asleep, or if you fell sound asleep, I couldn't hear that anybody making noises. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Shalini ji, in exact 15:31.
Thank you, Furqan Saab, for that wonderful conversation. Please give a huge round of applause to all four of them. Can we have the presentation of mementos to all the speakers?
Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we come to a very important session of today's conference. The session for which we have got government officials right from Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Mizoram, Meghalaya, Rajasthan, Delhi, Telangana. 11 states have sent. Andhra Pradesh also, sorry, I missed out. Karnataka, okay. Sikkim, my God, amazing. Himachal Pradesh, yes. So that makes it Nagaland, okay. So we have officials from at least 15 states with us, and between these 15 states, we are covering almost more than 100 districts. So our sincere gratitude and thanks to the Ministry of Education for having invited all these officials to come and connect with industry at this platform for the aim of Vidyanjali. So this session is dedicated to Vidyanjali, philanthropy in education, and the role being played by private organizations. Before I invite the panelists of this session, I am going to request Dr. E. Naveen Nicholas, Director at Ministry of Education, to please come and tell our audience what Vidyanjali is all about. Over to you, Dr. Nicholas.
Good afternoon. Thank you, madam. So first of all, good afternoon to all the nodal officers of Vidyanjali who have come from all the states and UTs across the country. Good afternoon to all the panelists and all the delegates who have come for this session. I'm Dr. Naveen Nicholas and I'm Director in the Ministry of Education. So today I'll be, before the starting of the session, I would like to give a brief presentation about the Vidyanjali portal which the ministry has developed. Yeah, so Vidyanjali is a portal which the ministry has developed. It has been developed by NIC. So Vidyanjali basically has been created to connect the volunteers, the industry and the corporates to the schools. It is one way through which the volunteers can contribute to the schools and yeah. So through Vidyanjali portal, there are two ways in which any individual volunteer or a corporate or an NGO can contribute. One is through the services. They can provide services to the school. That is, they can provide a volunteer teacher. They can provide a person who can teach them art and craft, and they can also connect to a school and provide infrastructure. Suppose a school needs an ICT lab or some infrastructure. Suppose school needs some books or a library, that also can be contributed through the Vidyanjali portal. So basically there are two activities in which volunteers can contribute. One is through services. The second one is through the assets. And who all can contribute through the Vidyanjali portal? It is anybody, any student, serving on retired teachers, scientists, government officials, armed force retired personnel, self-employed, anybody, and people from NGOs, corporate, anybody can register. It is very simple. You can register and you can contribute to the school of your choice. So as I've told you, the broad areas of contribution are one is through services. If there is a shortage of a vocational teacher, if there is a shortage of a PET, or if there is a shortage of an arts teacher, you can contribute. If you can contribute to the school. Second one is through donation of infrastructure like fans. It can be an RO plant or IT infrastructure. So this is in a nutshell about the various activities that you can do and you can contribute to school. One is subject assistance, teaching art and craft, teaching yoga, sports, teaching languages, teaching vocational skills, adult education. The school premises can also be used for adult education activities after the school hours. Then you can also cater to the children with special needs. Then you can also prepare storybooks. These are some of the activities. These are also some of the sponsorship activities at a glance. You can take special classes, you can sponsor medical camps, you can this is a list of assets and material equipment that you can sponsor to a school. It can be you can contribute a classroom, a digital library, you can contribute fans, boundary walls, classrooms, library, anything. So basically all infrastructure you can support to the schools. So it is very simple. The portal has been designed in a very simple way for contributing for schools to onboard. The school have to register through the Vidyanjali portal. Every school has a UDICE, which is unique to the school. Using the UDICE UDICE code of the school, Every school can register onto the Vidyanjali portal. Vidyanjali portal is only for government and government aided schools. So schools can register on the Vidyanjali portal and they can post the activity or the material that they request. It can be a service or it can be any infrastructure. So simply they have to register and they can post their requirement onto the portal. Then the interested volunteers, they would also register, and all the volunteers who are interested to contribute to the school, to a school, would be shown in their login. From there, the school can select the volunteer and they can interact with them, and the school would finalize the volunteer and the work would go on. And same is with the volunteer who want to contribute through Vidyanjali portal. He just have to, the volunteer or an NGO or a corporate, they just have to register onto the portal and they can search the school or the location in which they want to contribute, and they would be directly connected to the school to which they would like to contribute, and they can directly interact with the HM and start contributing. This is the simple process flow. Any volunteer want to contribute, they can simply search the activity. Suppose an NGO want to set up ICT labs, they can search the activity, show interest, connect with the school and contribute and participate. Same is with asset material also. They can search, show interest for contribution, then the school would get in touch with them and they can directly deliver the items to the school. So right now, around 4 lakh schools have already onboarded onto the Vidyanjali portal. 1,17,000 volunteers have registered, and 11 lakh students have been benefited from this. So there are a few things that since the state SNOs are also here, there are a few things that we want you to do. One thing is that state nodal of still some of the states have not appointed nodal officers. So we request all the states to appoint a nodal officer exclusively so that he can coordinate all the Vidyanjali activities. Still all the schools out of 10 lakh government schools, only 3 lakhs are onboarded. So we request you to ensure that all the schools are also onboarded. And SNOs also, we request the SNOs, since all of you are here, we request you to play a key role and motivate the volunteers and also get in touch with the NGOs and corporates in your area and request them to contribute. One more new thing that we have started to do now is we are also in discussion with Ministry of Corporate Affairs. They have a CSR portal. So we are discussing with them. We want to show all the requirements that have been put forth by the schools in the Vidyanjali portal. Directly, we want to show it in the CSR portal of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, so that since many CSR companies and even the implementing agencies are registered in that portal, they would directly know the requirements from the school and the areas in which they can contribute and the actual need that is coming from the school. So that also we are doing shortly. We want to connect our Vidyanjali portal to the CSR portal of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. We are also revamping the portal. We want to make it more user friendly now. And we are also setting up a PMU, short PMU in Ministry of Education, so that we could coordinate with Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and we can also discuss with all the SNOs on a regular basis, and we can also resolve all your queries. Capacity building of SNOs and district nodal officer is also taking place, and bulk contribution facility. If right now any NGO or corporate, they can only trace a school and they can contribute to one particular school, but we also want to give a facility through the portal. If some big NGO or company want to contribute to large number of schools across the states also, we want to enable that feature also, and we are working on that. Very shortly that will also be enabled. So that's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you.
how the person from the corporate, from the industry will teach without having done Bachelor of Education?
No, we are
Are we not
basically looking
compromising?
for volunteers who can contribute in arts, craft, music, in those related areas.
No, in art and
Because in
craft.
government schools, usually, though there are posts for extracurricular activities, there is a post for art and craft, music also, but most of the time we have noticed that those posts are vacant. That's the reason why we want somebody, if he is an expert in music, we want him to enroll and contribute to this. Not in regular subjects. Regular subjects, usually the state government takes care, but a specialized subject like music, art and craft, we want the volunteers to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholas, for giving us an overview of Vidyanjali. We heard from the government what government is looking for from private sector. Now we present to you a panel which will tell you about what the private sector is actually doing in the area of philanthropy. A lot of them are also working with government schools. I invite the session chair, Dr. Amita Mullah Wattal, chairperson of DLF Foundation Schools and Scholarships. Panelists, Colonel Gopal Karunakaran, CEO of Shivnadar Schools, Ms. Mamta Saikia, CEO of Bharati Foundation, and Dr. Rosetta Williams, CEO of Dalmia Vidya Mandir Schools. Over to you, Dr. Wattal, to take this session forward. Mamta is here. Yeah, she's here.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everybody. It was really fascinating to hear the last panel on vocational education and the mindset. And I think that's so correct because for so many years, one has been trying to look at vocational education. And even when I was the principal of Springdales, I remember vocational education institutes itne chalaye, but economically weaker section ke bhi bacche kehte the hum vocational nahi karenge because we want to go beyond this. So again, it's how we look at a mindset in the country. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Naveen Nicholas, for that wonderful presentation on Vidyanjali. I'd like to just initiate this by saying कि मेरे देश का बचपन कुछ लापता है, थोड़ा मुझको थोड़ा तुमको पता है, आओ इसको मिलकर ढूंढे जरा, ये मिल जाएगा ये मुझको पता है, मेरे देश का बचपन कुछ लापता है. और शायद यही चीज है with which we have to really look at the way that CSR is working in so many wonderful areas with the poor, with the middle levels, and making great changes and making great dents in the learning of children. On a personal note, the DLF Foundation does a lot of work with DLF Cares. It's got a presence in 18 states. It's working with thousands of children where they give out mobile devices. We look after the learning of children from classes 1 to grade 12. And we've had a 12-year program in this. I'll talk of that later. But what I want to talk about, essentially, I want to comment on Vidyanjali 2.0 and say that I think the portal needs to be really revved up because when I went into it, we wanted to do something in Haryana. I don't know if Dr. Nicholas is sitting here. Dr. Nicholas, when we wanted to do something in Haryana, तो कुछ पता ही लग रहा था, कोई स्कूल ही नहीं दिख रहा था, कुछ नजर ही नहीं आ रहा था. So I think the fact that we've launched it is fantastic. But there's so many corporates who are doing CSR work, and I think it's so essential that if we get to know which are the schools that within our area, instead of finding schools, finding scholars, we can go in and help out with infra or with devices or with competency-based learning or teacher training. So because you are the top of that, I think it's very important that at least we have an idea that state-wise kaun se school hai. So I think it'll take a little while, maybe by the time your portal really gets revved up, but it's a fantastic endeavor. And I think it'll really help for industry government partnership with our government and state schools. So thank you very much for that. I want to tell you that on our panel today are some wonderful people. First and foremost, they are people who I respect and admire greatly. We have Colonel Gopal, and of course we have Mamta ji, and of course my very close friend Rosetta, who I've known forever, I think for the last 40 years. So I want to start, and all of them are doing fantastic work in the area of CSR, in the area of schooling and learning. So I want to initiate this discussion with Ms. Mamta Saikia, Dr. Mamta Saikia. Mamta, it doesn't matter. So, yeah, right. Most of us are what, educated doctors and not the medical doctors, right? So I'd like to ask you that you're connected with a huge philanthropic wing of the Bharti Airtel Group, and which has been working at real grassroots levels. And I've been fortunate to come to some of your schools in the Punjab and see what fantastic work is going on. How do you plan to spread the whole understanding of NEP at that level across your schools? And how do you plan to sort of, even if you're looking at Vidyanjali, how do you plan to do this? And do you think you'll integrate yourself with them? Could you answer that?
Doesn't seem to be working. So thank you, Amita, if I may call you that, and please call me Mamta. Some of you may know that Bharti Foundation primarily works in education. What we did was we initially started our own schools in the villages, completely free schools. We worked with underprivileged children. The concept was to actually learn what's happening on the ground, what the challenges are. We've been doing it since 2006. We have 173 schools, 40,000 kids. 5 of our schools are CBSE. Manojji is here, which we run with Punjab government in public-private partnership. After 7-8 years of running our own schools and actually discovering what it means to give education, it's so, I mean, I've always been completely fascinated by the work that government education department and government schools have done, because my mother herself has been a government teacher and my father has been in NCRT, part of data unit. So all the initial education service is something that were done under my father's leadership. So I've seen the extensive work that happens. And when you're talking 1 million plus schools, you know, it is superhuman effort to make sure there's any kind of, you know, there's consistency, there's quality. So I've been very in awe and in respect of what gets done in government schools. Of course, there's a bell curve. Always there would be a bell curve. So when we set up our own schools, we have 173 of them. Oh God, it's been a journey of learning, of experimenting, of failing, of succeeding, just picking yourself up and learning again. That helped us quite a lot when we started our government schooling program. I'll come to answers straight away because I wanted to give context, because there's some wonderful northeastern states and our work has just started. Not many people know about it. We're only in Assam and Meghalaya as of now. When we started working with government schools, we actually reflected on our schools. Bharti Foundation meant process orientation, meant audits, meant quality control in everything that we do. In spite of that, we had schools on bell curve. So there were schools who were not doing as well as bulk of the schools. And we found there were 2 factors that differentiated. One was leadership. And leadership only impacted the general happiness in the school, engagement in the school. So if you have motivated leadership and that leadership could bring in engagement and happiness in a school, teachers outperformed, I'll finish it. Children, students outperformed. So when we moved into, we started working with government schools, we were very clear that you have very high quality teachers.
we will only focus on how do we bring in engagement into the government schools.
Right.
So I'll just talk about 3 initiatives and close it there, just give you a headline on it. There are 3 initiatives that we are very closely linked with NEP. I'll not talk about the work we've done before that, but today these 3 are very core components. One is a bagless day because we think it's a wonderful, wonderful initiative which can bring huge energy. We focus a lot in working with parents to train them on home mentoring. Parents are not literate, but they can at least make sure that how a child at home is, keeping time for studies and all. And I've forgotten the third one. I'll come to it later.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's extremely interesting because you're talking about an offline presence, if I'm right. I just like to quickly, before I take it to the next panelist, is that, I remember that during the COVID, we were working with 650 schools, that is the DLFKS program, across the country. And we were trying to do it online. And our focus, as Mamta rightly said, was a lot of social emotional learning. Particularly, we were trying to get in touch with children in the states of Tripura and Assam and Meghalaya and Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. The South, the children had a lot of gadgets, they had network bases and so on. We found it very problematic to connect with certain places in the Northeast, but yet the children were extremely eager. And I think that was a very satisfying event for us, that we were able to make a dent and make a difference in their lives because they were feeling so isolated, particularly during the COVID. So on that note, I would like to ask Colonel Gopal Karunakaran that you are the CEO of Shiv Nadar Schools. And you're also a part of the CSR Foundation. And you run these 2 fantastic Vidya Gyan schools in Sitapur and Bulandshahr. A new one is coming up in Chennai. So can you in any way comment whether you feel A, on the kind of work that you're doing, and B, do you feel that the new program that the government has launched, the Vidyanjali program, don't you think that it would be an asset to schools like this, or would it help? Over to you.
Okay, firstly, I wasn't prepared to also have so many government people working in schools. So Vidyanjali schools, if you don't mind, just please raise your hands. How many of you are here from Vidyanjali?
No, Vidyanjali
schools?
is not a school. It's
No, Vidyanjali nodal officer, nodal people.
Yeah.
So that's just fantastic. So I'll change a little bit of what I intended to speak on, but I'll talk very quickly about the Shiv Nadar Foundation. The Shiv Nadar Foundation is probably India's largest foundation in terms of money spent. So Mr. Nadar, his personal wealth, he spent now 8,000 crores in education, right? It's roughly 3 crores a day. That's the amount of money which is spent. Now you'd expect that to cover a very large number of people. No, it's only 15,000 students. There are 2 universities in Chennai and in Delhi. There are Shiv Nadar schools, which is urban schools, fee paying, but there are also Vidya Gyan schools, which is free schooling for children from 6 to 12 in 2 residential campuses. And it's from the lower segments of society. It's based on that. 300,000 students appear for the exam to have those 200 people or 11-year-olds who join these schools. Cut a long story short, in the short span of 10 years, we have students in Stanford, in Columbia, in some of the best universities in India, Delhi University, of course, all the IITs, All India Institute of Medical Science. This is what 6 years of great schooling can do, right? That's the power of education. And, we heard the panel in the morning and the panel later. In terms of what we can do with Vidyanjali and that sort of program. So there is an initiative of the Shiv Nadar Foundation called Siksha. Siksha takes technology into government schools. There are 150,000 students impacted by Siksha, 1,400 schools of UP. But broadly, it involves improving the teaching quality and also aiding with the technology interventions at school. So that's an area where with Vidyanjali, etc., it can happen. The Vidya Gyan schools for the first 8 years took only students from Uttar Pradesh, but now it's Northeast, it's Kashmir, And there's a new Vidyagyan which is coming up in Chennai for all the 5 southern states.
Fantastic.
So I'm sure there's a lot of work we can do, but I think it's by just meeting each other, visiting each other's school, and then taking that sort of conversation forward, that a lot can happen. So I'll go on to the next round and we'll.
Thank you
talk
so
about it.
much for that. And that's an interesting aside that you're giving us. And it'd be very interesting to know, is there any nodal officer here from Tamil Nadu or from AP, Andhra Pradesh? Great. And anyone from Haryana? Just wanted to know briefly. So anyway, so I'm welcome to all of you. And I think that's a very important point that Colonel Karnakaran has made, that it would be interesting if we could, at least tie up with our nodal officers within our state. So if we are in the state, for example, I know that DLF does a lot of work in Chennai with the CARES project. So perhaps I could ring up somebody and ask them to contact you and see what we can do together and through the Vidyanjali. It would be really marvelous. And I will definitely take your credentials immediately after this. I really like that very much. So on that note, I would like to turn to Rosetta and say that, you're the CEO of the Dalmia Vidya Mandir schools. So how do you ensure, because I know you mentioned that there was a large group of them across the country in Chhattisgarh and other far-flung areas. So how do you ensure that learning reaches, that there is a holistic kind of learning program that is going on there? And I mean, I'm sure there may be some nodal officers sitting here from the various states that you're working in. How do you feel that you can connect, and how do you think your schools are working right now under your leadership?
Thank you, Amita. Very good evening to all of you here, and especially to the organizers. I'd like to thank them for this wonderful opportunity, minds coming together, thoughts and ideas. I think we can go a long way from this, basically the platform that has been created for all of us. I'm Dr. Rosetta Williams, of course, CEO of the Dalmia Bharat Cement Group of Schools, Pan-India. We are very low profile. I'll start with saying that. We are almost 100 years old heritage schools across the country in very far-flung areas like Meghalaya, Assam. We've got 3 schools, Umranshu, Thangski, as well as Lanka. Then we go on to Orissa, Rajgangpur. Tamil Nadu, we've got 3 schools. Kalyanpur, we've got Bihar board and a CBSE school coming along. Also, we have a school here in Delhi, Akshay Pratishthan. Many of you must have heard of it. It's a school for special children. And I think it was the first school that was started in NCR for special children. Of course, there are many now there. A lot of them have come around. So what we do is, it is affordable education, quality education, very low fees. It is absolute philanthropy on the part of the Dalmia group, the promoters. In addition to that, we're also working with the Delhi government. We have Blue Orb. It is a different kind of education where we talk about mindfulness, we talk about joyful learning. We're doing something called the Dalmia Bharat Gaurav curriculum across all our schools, and in many other schools like Bahadurgarh and other private schools have taken up this program, where we teach the children from nursery to class 12 Gaurav, to have pride in the country. It's a very carefully curated curriculum across, and we basically focus on spiritualism. There is no religion connotation at all. But of course, everything that India can speak of as the golden country, the golden period, what we used to be, what the children don't know today, what's not in the history books, what the probably European ruling in India has erased from our minds, kind of brainwashed so many things, which now, obviously there's nobody to tell that story, right? So we talk about that. It's a curriculum that we take the children through, and of course it's really welcomed by every parent, every community member that we come across whenever we talk about this curriculum. So that is one of the things. Of course, these are CBSE schools, so we have a proper system. We've got standard operating procedures, we've got policies. We are a highly system-oriented metrics, which is overlapping each other. So this is what ensures implementation, as well as, of course, having a team, having regular audits, having regular meets. I visit the schools. We have teachers who also we exchange from one school to the other. Principals move from one school to the other. We've got a lot of cross inter-school communication. We've got digital platforms. Everything is, we are wired up totally with the ERP and the LMS and so on and so forth. So that is how we make sure that every single child across, even during COVID, come to think of it, we continued with our classes.
So I
We
think-
had
I think,
online classes.
That's a very interesting sort of end that you're talking about during COVID, because if I may.
Yeah,
just,
sure.
Put it through. Thank you very much, Rosetta, for
Yeah,
that.
yeah, okay.
And I would just like to quickly say that I think within this Vidyanjali portal, we should also look at children with special needs and how is it that we can help them, because that is one sector that has really taken a big hit during the COVID, because the Akshar Pratishthan, her school, caters to that. And I'm sure she will agree that during COVID, there was a huge loss to children. There was a loss to regular children. So can you imagine what a loss it was and what huge learning gaps kids of that group faced? So I think this is one aspect also of the portal that should be looked at, and some of us can help out there in our CSR. I think it would be an important area. On that note, I'd like to ask Mamta Saikia that, can you give us some workable examples, because all your schools are offline. Is there something you did during COVID? Because the way that the world is spanning out, and God forbid these things don't come back, but one doesn't know what can happen tomorrow. So is there some workable things, initiatives you did during COVID on an online manner within offline schools? How did you do your learning?
So there are two parts to my story. One is during COVID, and second is really what we've continued even today. And some part of it may connect with Vidyanjali, something that I'm very excited about. So during COVID, across country, there were so many children who didn't have mobile phones. So even in government schools, we're not talking about children with or without laptop. We're talking about children with or without a mobile phone. And that's a family mobile phone. So which means if you have brother and sister, they actually have to negotiate that I have a maths call, so I will attend it. Perhaps you have some other subject which you are good at, so I will take the phone. So of course we faced all the challenges, and every teacher, COVID actually showed what is the potential of our teachers. What teachers did, in making videos, sending videos over WhatsApp to children, creating assignments. Going through assignments over WhatsApp to correct and find mistakes and send back to parents. Teachers outshone themselves. So I think during COVID, along with doctors, teachers stood right next to them, and whatever they could do to keep children engaged with education. But of course, children have come back with huge learning loss. I'm of the view it will take 3-4 years, nothing less than that, for children to really catch up. What we are observing in our schools is a massive loss on life skills as well, discipline as well. And anybody who's a teacher aware or has been a teacher would know that these are some of the issues, some of the bigger issues that educators are dealing with. I believe learning levels will happen if we can get life skills back. There's one initiative I want to share, something that we've done small scale last year. And the thought really originated from life skills. Second, somewhere we felt that COVID has empowered us with technology. Last year we created a timetable of seminar or webinar period in school, right? So every Saturday we said, hey, every Saturday, 2 to 2:30, there would be either a Facebook Live or a webinar, and we created themes. So one theme was about profession. So we would get a marketing guy to come and talk about what does it mean about a career in marketing. Architect would come and talk about, listen, you have to do this. These are the courses. This is the kind of skills you require. So these are not career counseling workshops. These are professionals coming and talking about what it means to be a professional, what skills it requires. Then we had various other themes. Have you traveled various countries? Talk about India. In this state you went, which are the great monuments? So we brought general knowledge, geography, history alive from the mouths of volunteers, professionals sitting in offices. So you see, when we were, I've been in this sector far too long now, not only with Bharati Foundation, before that I was in an NGO. We have conceptualized volunteer programs many a time. And the sheer pressure of main job that a office going volunteer may have means that, listen, I have a panic on my table, I'm dropping out. And there you have a school, children and teachers waiting for the volunteer to come in. Technology has given us this freedom. Last year we ran it with 300 to 400 volunteers. The webinar timetables were released in advance, topics were released in advance. And you see, the good thing about a Facebook Live or a webinar is many students and many schools can join in. Correct? Because there is a person who's speaking. Of course, from a child safety point of view, from a do's and don'ts point of view, we have our documents on what are your boundaries, right? So we do all of that. We did a small pilot. It did very well. Volunteers are very happy because they didn't have to leave their office. And we keep them short, 20-minute capsule, right? So it's very easy to prepare the 20-minute capsules, and children also, they get to know about a new city. They get to know about a new monument or a new country. Very good way to impart general knowledge.
So that's fantastic. Thank you so much. I wonder whether you cheated a bit from Springdale's and did the face-to-face, because that's how we used to get her daughter. I'm just telling you a secret. This is a secret amongst 100 people. But her daughter has been my student. And we used to have these face-to-face programs where all the professionals would come and do a face-to-face with children, not a career counseling, but just tell them what they went through as they were, in order to get a job. On that note, I just want to speak about one thing about Vidyanjali, and I was wanting to ask Dr. Nicholas is that why can't we also look at peer support? That means children, if through the portal we get to know which are the schools closest to some schools of ours, and our children can go to those schools and help out. I think that would be a good idea, because peer learning is a great help. And particularly, you were talking about art and music and dance. What better way than to integrate this by children going into other schools and doing it as part of their community service program and, being partners. So I think that would be an interesting model, unless you've already thought about it, because you've thought about everything, I think, in that which I saw. But this is for the nodal officers. I don't know whether it would work, but I think it's a great tool to take it forward, a strategy. So on that, I would like to now ask Colonel Gopal Karunakaran that you're very closely connected with highly privileged schools. He runs the most fantastic schools. Shiv Nadar is all over the place. And so do you have any schemes or projects in place whereby students are sensitized? How do you bridge the gap between themselves and the underprivileged? Because the gaps are huge. I mean, they're completely, there's a chasm.
So maybe this will also give ideas to nodal officers of how this interplay can happen between what ma'am calls privileged schools and other schools. But as I said, we've got Vidyangan schools within the foundation, and we have Shiv Nadar schools, which is the city schools. So just so that the city school children, privileged, better socioeconomic segment, get a taste and an experience of what's life beyond their life. The Vidyangan schools and the Shiv Nadar schools do exchanges. In fact, Shiv Nadar school children go to Vidyangan schools, live there for a week. For 1 week, the Vidyangan children come to Gurgaon, Noida, Faridabad, live in the homes of our parents. So that they also get to live here. They also, there's humility in learning that there's another group of children of another socioeconomic segment. We also have 130 EWS children in our schools. We call them neighborhood children. So there's a lot of work which parents do with those children. Everyone got a tab during COVID. Every single person got a tab which came from parents actually as contributions. Also during one particular week, and that's maybe something which we can share with Anjali, is that the children go out and figure what is the sort of work that they want to support for less privileged backgrounds, NGOs particularly. The children go identify what they want to do, come back, work and contribute and raise money and go back and help in that area. So that's a project which happens every single year. They raise up to 40 lakhs of rupees. They support a particular program in a government school, for example, or in an NGO. So those are sort of things that happen a great deal. But like ma'am said, Haryana, I don't think we found anyone here, but I'm sure there must be people from Haryana. But just a word to the nodal officers that it will really help if you reach out on your own to the various private schools that you have, because maybe somebody is not aware, but the wealth of knowledge which can be shared, work which can be done, contributions which can happen, will happen through not only the school and the teachers and the children, but also the parents of those schools in your neighborhood. So I think all that can be tapped by the nodal officers. It will be something which can be done.
No, they're extremely wise thoughts, and I think connecting, because you're right, very few people know about this, and I think it's wonderful that Shalini, in her position, is making this so open, and I think we're very, very privileged and happy to have so many nodal officers, and I think it's Shalini's networking that makes it happen, because she's always been that way. Thank you very much for all that you do for us, Shalini. I just like to, on that note, ask Rosetta that I was listening to her carefully, and she was talking about mindfulness. And so in my understanding, the whole social emotional cell, social emotional learning area is very important. I mean, content will happen with or without us, the way children are going. They're getting into coaching, they're getting into all sorts of, there are universities that are online, there are schools that are online. Saibo, my other friend, is here with us. There's schools online, there's so much happening. Children can or cannot learn content. But the point is, how do we emphasize the social emotional learning aspect in a classroom? And Rosetta, since you mentioned mindfulness, I mean, I know it's a part of the social emotional learning. How do you bring that in into these far-flung areas?
Thank you, Shalini, for having us here. So while we are about talking about socio-emotional, basically self-learning, talking to yourself, trying to understand your emotions, what you want to do. So we do a lot of activities that go around mindfulness, where the children are taught to concentrate and focus and feel themselves deep within. What is it that they'd like to do? What are the choices? We give them a lot of choices. Is this you'd like to do, or that you'd like to do? Very interesting little experiment that we have successfully implemented across the schools is we call it the Dalmia Core Promises, which is another way of developing socio-emotional skills and qualities and competence in the children, where we have leadership as the main trait. Of course, leadership doesn't mean a Nehru or a Gandhi. Leadership for us in Dalmia schools means learning to lead your life. How do you lead it successfully despite the loss, despite the disappointments, despite the failure? How do we overcome all of that? So this program, the Dalmia Core Promises, has about 19 parameters, which would be value-based, which would be skill-based, which would be competency-based, and we integrate it. It's interdisciplinary. We integrate it into all of the teaching that happens across the school. So that means every teacher, whether it's English, history, math, science, so she would integrate one core promise into that lesson. At the end of it, the children will have a little discussion and they'll try and identify what is it, what is the socio-emotional skill that they learned. Was it courage? Was it bravery? Was it being proactive? Was it media literacy? So these are the different parameters across. At anybody most welcome, I'd like to share with the nodal officers. I'd like to share this across the states. In fact, each one of our Dalmia schools can actually collaborate with the nodal officers of Vidyanjali of that respective state. I'd like to extend the invitation on behalf of the Dalmia group that we'd really like to work with all of you and collaborate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Rosetta, for that. I think the whole understanding of social emotional learning is about the interdependence of life. You know, the whole idea of Charita Mudar Vikaratu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Enhance your character to such an extent that it embraces the world. And I think the idea that there is no other and we don't demonize the other, we understand diversity. And I think if we can bring that into our school learning, into our curriculums, into our Vidyanjali, I think it would be amazing because ultimately we are a family. So on that, I would like to now ask Gopal that on a personal level, is there any, sorry, I beg your pardon. I'd like to ask Mamta that you're working in innumerable states across India. And currently you're also working in Rajasthan. Could you comment on some of the work that you're doing there? I mean, is it directly related to the schools you've built there, or could you just comment on it?
So we work in almost 17, 18 states now. Rajasthan is one of the states we started working early in. And we have worked at 3 levels over there. We have our own schools, 28 schools in really deep side of Jodhpur, 100 kilometers, 120 kilometers. One has to drive through sand dunes and everything. Really proud of the work that we're doing there. At 2nd level, we are working with nearly 150 government schools directly. We would have so far worked with 250 schools, where I talked about that we looked at engagement piece. So we look at life skills, we kind of work with children, teachers, and leadership. Something which started recently with it's Rajasthan government's initiative. We really partnered them. That was about the Bagless Day. And we worked with the diet, we worked with their academic team and created a set of activities. So every Saturday is a Bagless Day in Rajasthan. And I think that piece that we've created with the team over there, and I have a member from my academic team sitting over here. I hope I speak correctly. So the entire module that we created over there, how we have integrated these activities, they're joyful, the result in learning, the social emotional learning. So I'm very proud of the work that we've done. Rajasthan government launched it many, many months back. We just started to get reports. I won't be able to comment on, to the extent that is happening, but we're very excited about the work that is being done in Rajasthan.
Right. Thank you so much for that. Though I'm a part of the committee of the NCPCR, and we had this huge meeting on a bagless day, and I was feeling a bit hassled because for me, when I was a child, a bag meant a lot. Because every time I would put my hidden things in my bag. I knew my mother couldn't investigate it. I have my pencil box. I have my little tiffin. So this bagless day makes me feel a bit depressed. But yes, perhaps it's okay for children now because the world has changed. So on that bagless note, Colonel Gopal Karunakaram, could you tell us that any particular case study that you feel you've done where you've been able to upscale any one initiative of yours within a state? Because you also mentioned to me that you also work in various states.
One of them is obviously Siksha, which I mentioned about. So Siksha is this, in fact, for the nodal officers, it's also an area to connect greatly with, it's not only improving the education in the government schools, which is 150,000 children, 1,500 schools, 21 districts of UP, but it's also about working with jails, by the way. So there's some 14 jails that they work with, the education of inmates. And some of them are amazing stories, the videos of what the people say that, I would never have gone on this path of crime if I had been educated. Now I have a livelihood. So I think the whole vastness of the ocean of education is quite huge in India. But I think a lot of it, I think it was part of what the last panel also discussed, is to focus on vocational type of work. In technology, there is a lot. So obviously, you visit Shiv Nada schools, you'll see that We do a lot of project work where students are told, and it can happen to any group of students. It doesn't have to be of a privileged section or something, but if you form them into groups and tell them that you get 6 months to go out, see what's a real world problem to solve, and go out and solve the problem. I think that type of project work, while it's not yet vocational, but it's problem solving, it's local, it's community led. And I'm glad to see people from all over India, because my military life has taken me to every corner, and that lady's from Dibrugarh. So I've spent some time there. But, you know, problems are not necessarily what will come in a textbook. It's what is around us. And education is about also being able to solve problems which are around us, around the community. So those projects that we do are unbelievable in terms of what 15-year-old groups can come up with, and the sort of project-based learning. And I can give examples, but I think
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I think I'm very happy that you brought in the whole vocational space within all of us here. In fact, I think sustainability is a very important aspect of who we are today after COP15 and what we realize. And I think sustainable development goals should be integrated in a big way with vocational education that gives the child an understanding of the environment, which is so important. Rosetta, how do you conceive to connect the vocational education model at a middle school level, because that's where we're supposed to be starting grades 6, 7, and 8, and take it up all the way to a livelihood model, because Dalmia has a livelihood model. When you have another arm of your wing that has a livelihood model, and you are looking after the school model. So if you comment on that, please.
Digressing a little, you know, Dalmia Bharat, we have a mandate for zero carbon footprint by 2025. So all our schools are green schools, and in 2020 we got the national award for our Odisha school, where we, along with the children, it was the children who had created these projects, where even if it was a sink, it was a combo sink, for example, or if they're swinging or they're playing, so it automatically pumps water and sprinkles. Then the regular things like water harvesting and etc., all that, solar energy, all of that we have in our schools. And in addition, we created with bamboo a skilling center where the children learned different skills like pottery and so on and so forth, sculptor. There's a lot of art and craft going on there. So in addition to that, we have our own ITIs where children are taught carpentry and, you know, things to do with getting to know the basic circuits in your own house and in your own school, which would finally turn the little student into an electrician if he wants to be that. So we have our ITIs where we conduct regular, we have our own polytechnics, career counselors who come in on a regular basis. And then we have a skill test that we conduct around the 7th or the 8th class, where we identify the child's interest, which area does it lie, so they can hone those skills.
Thank you. Thank you
Next
very much
round.
for that.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think I'd just like to share with you that, as Dr. Nicholas mentioned, that, you know, it's difficult to get art, music, dance teachers of that kind in government schools. I'd like to share with you that DLF runs the government-aided school in Delhi, which is now #1 in Delhi, because we've given all sorts of facilities of counselors, student counsel, behavioral therapists, children with special needs, art, music, dance. So it goes beyond the 5% that we're supposed to put in, because ultimately in a government-aided school, it's a CSR. But we feel, why 5%? If you've taken on a school, you should adopt the life of the school. And I think a lot of us should do that too. So on that note, I'm going to close this, but I've got this 1 minute for each one. I'm sort of watching you with my eagle eye. If you can take 30 seconds, what is the thought you'd like to leave behind for these wonderful nodal officers who are with us? Yes, please.
You know, the underlying thought is just the sheer incredible numbers of India in education. 1.5 million schools, out of which now I think half a million are supposedly private schools, 250, 300 million children go to school. I think the only real answer is that private sector, CSR, etc., can go deep, but cannot go wide. The only way it can go wide is when the government schooling system gets radically better. I think in terms of the teacher recruitment, the teacher training, and actually even having probations and continuous professional development is the only way out for India.
Thank you very much
I
for
don't
that.
think any other way.
Thank you. Thank
will
you so
really
much. Thanks. Mamta, a minute of that. Colonel was very tight.
I think I'll finish sooner than him. It's not only for nodal officers, I think for everybody who works in education sector. I believe we work in a sector where we just have to reach out with one hand and four hands would come forward to support us. So every day we have to make sure that we're making efforts for our children and we're making better efforts from yesterday. So we're all there. There are communities over there, wherever we work. And for education, I think it's only a matter of rising up and saying, I need this, I want this, support this, and people would come forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mamta. And Rosetta, since you want 20 seconds.
I'd like to offer with open arms anything and everything that you all would like. Please, always there for you. And on that happy note, I'd like to thank Mrs. Vatal, Amita Vatal, and
She's
Mr.
ensuring I
Kunkar
don't say anything.
and Mamta as well for this wonderful session.
Thanks, Rosetta.
Once again, extend all cooperation. Thank you.
I'm not going to let her end it. I'm the moderator. Thank you very much for this. It's been fabulous. There is, since somebody, yes, somebody wants to ask a question, please. Yes, yes. I know she's done a great job.
Dr. William, you talked about mindfulness to happiness. Can you share any use case in your school where your student learn and experience mindfulness to happiness?
When we talk about mindfulness, it's having your entire self, your being there, mind, body, soul in the whatever you're doing. So we practice a lot of meditation with our children in the morning, early morning. So we teach them to meditate and focus on the present, the here and now, that very moment, the moment that you're in, like you and I, for example, we're in a moment. And if we connect, this is mindfulness. So throughout the schooling journey and life of a child, we have a plethora of activities that teach them not only joyful learning and happiness, there is no stress in any of our schools, but a lot of mindfulness also, to focus on what they're doing and doing it 100%, so that it's result oriented.
Thank you very much for that, Rosetta. And since Firaq Gorakhpuri was quoted, I may as well end with something else, but not Firaq Gorakhpuri, because there's so many careers that are going to happen in our lives, for the rest of our lives, for our children. So let's say that ki zindagi ka safar hai tulani. The journey of life is multifaceted and multifold. Zindagi ka safar hai tulani, isme ek rani hai nadani. To just think of one aspect is absolute, शह सवार वही माहिर हैं जो रान बदलते जाते हैं. So those are the people who keep changing, and that's what our children should understand: to adapt, to adjust, to change, and yet to be whole. Thank you and namaskar. It's been great with Colonel Karnakaran, with Mamta, with Rosetta, and this wonderful Shalini, who keeps engaging us and keeps us busy, and the PhD Chambers of Commerce.
ma'am.
Thank you, namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Vatal. Many thanks to all the panelists of this session. Can we have the presentation of mementos, please? Dr. Nicholas, please come on the dais. We want a photo with all the nodal officers of Vidyanjali. Wow. Come. You have to come in the center. I want to specially thank Mr. Shrivas Jaipuria, Chairman of the Education Committee, without whose leadership we wouldn't have been able to do this. He also was a partner for the summit. Along with Jaipuria Institute of Management, we had APD Education, Cyborg School, Learning Links Foundation, and Jim's Dwarka, who made this conference possible. Thank you to everybody.
I think that's what we are bringing out all results.
Yes.
From Telangana.
Ah. There is tea and coffee outside, please. And our apologies, हमने आपको कोई tea break नहीं दिया था. But there is tea now. Tea and coffee, please have it. It's outside in the foyer. Please join everybody.
మేడం
వాళ్ళు ఉండాలంటే కష్టం. రైట్.
కింద గ్రూప్ లో ఉన్నారు. Thank you. Thank you. Madam, contact check.
The person. Yeah. The person. Yeah.
It's a nice workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming all the way. You're looking lovely.
Thank you.
This is a very pretty mekla.
This is Mekla Chadar.
Mekla
Chadar. Aparwani Chadar. Down
That's
as
mekla. Yeah,
Mekla.
yes, very nice. Thank you for coming. Fourth category. Thank you.